Oh, this.
Hello.
Oh, darn and blast. I thought I had it then. Alright, I'm pretty sure my keyboard is about as charged. It'll probably give me a little warning that it needs to get charged even further, which will be annoying, but I also need to get my soda. Soda, check. Alrighty, soda, check. My hands, I need to plug back in. And do they work? Come on. You should work by this point. Yeah, they work. There we go. Alrighty then. Ooh, there are updates I could be doing. There's only one of me. Get your friends to join in. Get people to just like get in and go into the chat and just go a little hello. Just be a silly little guy throwing silly little you don't have friends. Well, darn. We're gonna need to work on that, Tyan Mux. We're gonna need to work on you getting some friends. Hello, Omega. Welcome, welcome. Get some internet friends or get some IRL friends that will then join you on the internet to then come in here and then just wreak havoc on people. Marching in the cause trouble. Hey, look at that! Hi there, Het. That is a silly little emote. I love it. Let's see. So we got yoke modes that did Coffee and Carnage and yep, Coffee and Carnage. Okay, so they got two different coffees. They got Zen Steppa So they got Zen and Zai. Nice. Hecka cute. Uh-oh, here comes the fishing. Here comes the fishing. Boom. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Blum, blum, blum. You got a yellow tang, but still no tire. You want a wheel. You're so annoyed. You're just like, give me a wheel. Give me junk. I demand junk. But you ain't gonna get junk, are you? You've been fishing for too long. I know you could swim. I've seen you in your swimsuit. I don't need fish. I only want the real treasure. So yeah. It's so tempting to do fishing, though. I will be real with you, but I don't want to fuck up the I don't want to fuck up the fishing. Excuse me. Excuse me. Alrighty then. My goodness, I got this timer starting so soon. Don't be shellfish. Nice. You heard about the Subnautica 2 EULA drama? I have no idea what EULA drama you're talking about. I know, like, someone was like, uh-oh, someone was like Jacksepticeye or something like that. It was like, you know, doing the Subnautica 2 stream, but because you had to be a subscriber to see the video or something like that, or a premium user, it was like technically a breach of the EULA is the license agreement. Yeah, I know what a EULA is. The EULA is an electronic user, like, something agreement. Like, every video game has it, and like quite famously, like, everyone has a problem with a EULA one way or another because it has to open up with just, it's a super long piece of documentation, and quite honestly, so much of the documentation is just definitions. It is just like, ah, yes, the you in this document refers to you, the person reading this document, as someone we assume you have purchased this item. And by purchase, we mean in that you are bounded by these kinds of things, and then us is the company facilitating this product to you. The product is that, and like, it's just so fucking long, like lawyer speak and shit like that. And it's like, some people are just used to like the originality of like, oh yeah, you buy a thing, you hold a thing, and then like the small terms and conditions are things like, don't make duplications, or, don't destroy it and expect your money back or something like that. It isn't even illegally binding. It's not like that kind of legally binding. It's just one of those things of like, if they decide to take shit off of you saying, oh, you broke EULA, unless it was unlawful, like, you don't have a repercussion for them taking like your game away or anything like that, is basically what's happening there. I think the weird shit is something along the lines of like, oh yeah, you can't make, like, because here's the thing, technically speaking, all video games that are streamed to a live audience and have advertisement, or you have a premium subscription, technically speaking, that is breaking EULA in some of the older video games and what have you. It is very, very common that a lot of those video games were like, you know, because under the language of the EULA back when it was made before the advent of streaming and shit like that, there was the understanding that you did not like wildly distribute the content of this game for commercial purposes or something like that. So now the original idea of the language is that you couldn't, for example, record yourself and make it like a home video that people could buy from you to then watch the game being played or anything like that. Or you couldn't do a duplication of the game. Or you couldn't have the songs that were copywritten from the game like be, you know, recorded and distributed because that is copyrighted material. Like the EULA was originally meant for all that kind of nonsense. But nowadays, because of the age of the internet and like, you know, just the fact that anything digital is able to be replicated without any sort of fault or like, you know, forgery to it, like a lot of the language lawfully speaking is just not easily applicable in the realm of the internet because it's a case of like you can just distribute it freely. Like the law doesn't have a thing for I buy this thing and I leave it. Like that's the thing. The original language, like you weren't faulted for leaving an item for it to be picked up by someone else. You could fault someone for taking an item if you could prove you own the item and you're like, hey, I want that back. But there was nothing in the law about you just leaving the item and just going, you know what? It's not my problem. Like theft only matters when the holder of the item reports it's stolen. If you bought this game and make fan art, we own it without having to pay you. Basically, yeah, that would probably be an overreach of the normal EULA, which is basically if you are making art that is of our thing, we should own the IP behind the art. So the idea is that, you know, you like, so for example, like that kind of EULA there head is something that, like technically speaking, you can't sell Pokemon fan art, like normally as like an actual like, yes, here's some Pokemon merchandise. It's like, no, you can purchase art and like it's in the weird like legal thing where if you don't try to say that it's Pokemon and shit like that, then you know you've got to then you can kind of get away with it. But if you start selling things explicitly as a Pokemon item, it's like, oh, the whole reason for this is because it's Pokemon that wants us to rent the stuff, and like a famous saying goes, if buying ain't owing, then pirating ain't stealing. That is that's a dangerous quote to share. If buying ain't owning and such like that, because like it's one of those things of like, you know, you can purchasing a license, purchasing a loan, like all those kinds of things, like the buying ain't owning kind of thing is like, it's just people having an excuse of like being able to be like, well, piracy ain't stealing. It's like, yeah, we're encroaching into an area of discussion about like ownership of like, you know, digital items that are given like a, you know, a forever thingamadiggy. Grant, you crave cookie. This cookie, Vel? You require this cookie, Vol? No, you already took the cookie. So yeah, the whole like owning shit on the like that comes like digitally on the internet or distributed it on computers and such like that is just a hey,
demands you drink.
Why you gotta steal my shirt? I'm gonna go into the waters. I'm gonna go into the ocean, and the salt water does weird things to me chest. Why would you do this to me? Nah. Stuck in the ocean. Also, I need to pause the music in the background. There we go. So yeah. Hi, Artemis. Hi, how you doing? Cue the Baywatch music. I haven't seen any Baywatch. Saltwater makes the buttons pop out more. I don't know if that's a factually, you know, correct thing. It's fun. Took forever to get everything set up at Mom's. All good. Also, hi there, Artemis's mom. I don't know if you're watching this. This is your daughter does this to me all the time. She steals my shirt when I'm trying to be presentable to the viewers online. She's not here. Ah, okay. Probably a good thing. All right. Ooh, you can convert it to multiplayer if I wanted to. Nice. If I am ever stuck on something, I can just be like, "Help, Jack! Help!" Just ask for help. Ooh.
Systems online.
Okay, cool, but Oh, yeah, because I have no lights in here is why. So I have a light all the way... I have a light in here. And then we got salt over here. All right, cool. So we got... There we go. Holy shit, The reef looks fucking beautiful at nighttime. Incredible. You already completed the early access, so better I can expand my base. Awesome. I was talking to Jack, and the way Jack explains it is that this game has like maybe 12 to 15 hours of content, so it's not like... It's not super long right now, but, you know, knowing me, I am going to be an idiot. Oh, my inventory is full. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna need to fix that. What am I doing with all that stuff? Oh, yep. Whee! Oh, I didn't inflate it in time, so. Alright, I wish this game had the auto, like there's a game called Grounded, and it has this really clever trick of alright, load that one in. Alright, load you in. Alright, okay, so silver. Oh, we do not have enough room for... Alright, so... I am out of room for all the metals in here. I'm gonna need to figure out what to use with it. Alright, so this is doing the titanium ingots. This one was doing pent nonsense. We can do a silver ingot. Honestly, it might be a good idea. 2, 3... And then... Alright, so I'll need to find more salt and more silver. Alright. You have 2 bases, one at the start and one near the alien structure. Oh, yeah, sorry. Vol reminded me, Grounded. So yeah, so in Grounded, it's a survival game. It's an open world survivor crafter where basically you are a kid shrunk to a really small size, you know, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of stuff. And you have to like make yourself bigger and what have you. There's a crafting system, there's base building and all that. Now, one of the cool things that they've done is that when you're in your base, like you can, like they have a hotkey for you to instantly pack in your stuff into containers that have the same items that you have in your inventory. It's so good. I love that. I wish all open world survivor crafters that want you carrying a whole ton of stuff have that as a thing, where you just have things being able to get auto inserted into the nearby containers and such. And crafting can use the containers in the base. Because that's what they've done in this game as well, is like they made you be able to craft things from your storage, and I'm like, excellent. More of that, please. Oh, hello. Why is it so hot? Also, where's the salt? Did I overshoot the salt? I think I overshot the salt. Oh, hello, a little pool. Nice. Ah, there's the salt. Okay. I lost track of that thing for a minute, so, but it's good. We're good. Alrighty. Alright, cool. I have plenty of room. Oh, when I'm outside of the range, I need to...
Heat level beyond tolerable threshold. Heat warning.
Uh-oh. Okay, so we can't go in there. That's a bit of a problem. It is too hot.
30 seconds.
Oh, shit! Damn it, that's not what I wanted to do. The current's got me! Okay, cool. There's a little bubble I can run into. There we go. God damn, that's a strong current. Alright, so we've already got that turbine thing. We've already got a tadpole fragment. We got a power transmitter. Ooh, we can get lead. So a sonic resonator for that kind of lead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so we got like 6 slots. And then power cell transmitter. Excellent. I must not have been here before. Although, now comes the fun bit where I need to ascend. Ow. Ascend! Whee! 360. Okay, honestly, the base might be better being here. Because then that way I can, like, put a thingy-majiggy into a current right there. Because I reckon I can get a lot of power that way. Alright. You know what? Let's do that. Do I have my little ship builder? Yes, I do. Awesome. Alright. Okay, so let's do a corridor. And then we're gonna put you right over... Let's see. We want like a big... Cookie! Who wanted the cook... Ah, no, no cookie. It got stolen. Alrighty. Let's see. So we're looking for a valid... Ow.
Oxygen.
Yep. Alright, so there's a current there. It looks like there was a base there, so maybe... Oh, more. Okay, maybe we don't make a... Maybe we don't make a base here. There's a lot of structure around that I'm not really a huge fan of. A black spotted grunt. Nice. Alright. Ooh. Another piece of lead, thank you.
30 seconds.
Ow. Fuck you. What in the world? Alright, hang on. Let's see if we can get into this debris. Thank you for the Halo shirt. I do appreciate it. Okay, there isn't really anything major in this debris, annoyingly enough. Although... Sounds like there's something. Thank you for the quartz. Oh! Okay. Here we go.
30 seconds.
No. Ah, I must have gotten some... It must have been a room that I already had research into. Not the bald, Sir Dragon! Alright, so we already got the repair tool.
Oxygen.
Oh, inhale. Alrighty.
30 seconds.
Yep.
Did you see it?
What did
Did
I
you
what did
see
I
it?
miss? What did I miss? You're gonna need to say what it is Sir Dragon. Oh, you like did an at Grant. Have I thought about getting an e-scooter or a bike? Honestly, no. Not an e-scooter or a bike. What I have been saving up for, however, despite the fact that I live in the... How the fuck is a zebra breathing underwater? I'm just holding my breath really, really long. I'm not actually breathing underwater. I'm just holding it so fucking well, like you wouldn't believe. Nice work on the 92% himbo there, Vol. Nice work. But yeah, I'm not thinking of doing a, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do a base here. We've got like a pretty decently big area. We don't exactly have a lot of predators explicitly here. All right, here we go. First and foremost, we'll do a corridor. And we'll start here.
Warning. Power offline.
Alright. And then a hatch.
Welcome aboard.
Alright. I need... Solar panel requires quartz, turbine. Alright, I need to find quartz.
30 seconds.
Alright, so there's some quartz right there. I'll get to you later. And then... titanium. Wave rider fragments we already got. Quartz inventory is full. God fucking damn it. Alright. And I've lost my... There it is. Standard room. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, 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 come on. And there we go.
30 seconds.
Yep, I hear you. I want to do two. I want to like make it so that this is like sort of like a foyer. And then
Oxygen.
inflate. There we go. I'm doing my best. Good, you found the titanium. The titanium. All right, this way. So we got these interesting crab people. Also, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's salt. Nice. Oh, the crabs are fighting. The crabs are fighting. All right. Quartz, quartz, and quartz.
Fresh water intake.
I do not have fresh water on me, so I'm gonna need to construct some.
30 seconds.
Ow, fuck you. Alright.
Power connected. All systems online.
Hello.
Hello, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. There we go. Put him in the two corners like that. And
Welcome aboard.
we go in here. Excellent. Hi, I heard something cool today. Warhammer 40k Elite War Bonds are coming to Helldivers 2. That's cool. I will be real with you. I haven't played Helldivers in a long time. I've played a lot of multiplayer games, don't get me wrong. but I'm not someone that like commits to a lot of multiplayer games. Like right now, I'm going through Subnautica 2. I'm not one to like go into a multiplayer game like Halo Infinite or Mortal Kombat 1 and be like, this is going to be the game that we play. I'm going to put so much time in da 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 da. Like, I don't have that kind of gumption in me. All right, so ding ding. All right, so dink. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Just so we have one light. All right, so we need titanium again. Like, if this was like, you know, back when I was first playing Helldivers, because everyone's like, Grant, you should play Helldivers 2 and such like that, then like maybe I would have been excited for the Warhammer 40k, because, you know, it's Warhammer 40k. It's, you know, the OG of the grim dark. We're gonna have like all kinds of problems, and we need to, you know, deal with the grim dark of like, you know, forever war and all that kind of nonsense. But, you know,
Welcome aboard.
there's a lot of IP that is like going into Helldivers 2, and I'm just sort of, I'm a bit mixed on the whole thing, is all. All right, all right. I'm just gonna put all of you in here for now, and then dink. All right, I'm gonna make an. All right, so I need a lot more titanium. So yeah, hello, Helldiver. How goes the water? Hi there, Jack. It goes. I am in like a weird, like making a second base, even though I haven't like done that much in my first base. Yunk. How goes it for yous, Jack? Also, I don't know if I have any good like defensive measures. Ah! No, no, come on. Yeah, just out of the... Get me out of the... Fuck's sake.
30 seconds.
That wasn't what I wanted. Why do you need defensive measures? Because of
Dehydration.
that. There we go. All right, cool. Got you. Got you. Ooh, hello.
Oxygen.
Dink, donk. I don't want to kill them. I just want to be able to go like, go away. Just push them out of my misery. That's all. Oh yeah, I can scan things to get some. There we go. What are you trying to deter? The fast fish. The ones that like take a chomp out of me. Hang on a second. All right, so we got use already, which requires. Let me just head back to the temporary base that I. Oh, wrong direction. Please don't tell me I already lost my base. No, cool. It's. It's just over there. There it is. Alright, so interior, I need copper and quartz. Cool. It's these guys. Ow. Also, what? Why am I hearing click? Why am I hearing clicking?
Welcome aboard.
Oh, it's because my phone was doing some weird noises. Just boop them? What do you mean just boop them? That doesn't give me context. Alright, Alright. Exterior wall light. Unremarkable exterior produces a sense of safety. That requires copper, that requires copper. Wall locker, power cell thingamadoogie. Yeah, still need quartz. You ordered a new desk? Nice work, Shinzo. Excellent to hear. Oh, another bioreactor. Use you just so I can... oh, supply. Nice. And then... Oh. Oh no, I've already scanned for silver. Okay, cool. So yeah, those things. Thank you for the lead.
30 seconds.
Yep, I just need to find some quartz is all. Also, making a repair tool. That was another thing I needed to do.
Oxygen.
Nani?
Okay, I probably should have. Hang on. What is your favorite part of the game till now, Zeebs? A little bit of the exploring, but I am being a little bit of a fool and yonk. Ow. There we go. I've got multiple bases now. I should probably rename edit. So this is going to be the green one, which is back over there. Nope, I wasn't meant to do that. Alrighty. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, there we go. All right, so the green one will be our first base, and the Viperzilla. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Internal elements. All right, so let's make our room now. We'll put you. What do you mean obscured? Bastard. All right, what about over this way? Excellent. You're welcome. Hugs. You can do exclamation point hugs, and I get a hug. Or you can hug other people if you want. All right. Interior. All right, we're gonna put the fabricator here.
Warning. Power offline.
Oh, I probably should have worked on getting some. All right, so I need silver, and I got a power transmitter. All right. Ding. All right, what do I need for the... All right, to do... Okay, 3 copper, 3 titanium, and 3 silver. And then copper and titanium. All right, cool. So I don't need quartz. 3 copper, 3 titanium.
Seek caloric intake.
Yeah, shit. All right.
Seek fresh water intake.
No. There we go. Meow. Don't mind me as I ignore all of my... Oh, hello, it's those fuckers. Never mind. Let's ignore them. Alright, so that is... lead. That's lead. Another piece of titanium, sure.
30 seconds.
Oh, there's a cave in there. I'm gonna go check it out. Have you been building your entire base from the inside? Not all the time. I've just done it with that one. Wait, have I already been in here? I think I've already been in here. Nope, this is the first time. Awesome, okay. Let's see. Another fabricator. A stool. Where's a bed? Oh, hello. Zip is dead?
Dead. Not just reprinted. Dead. We all saw how she suffered. The metal poisoning. Her hands trembled. Her gums turned blue. She was always cold. We thought her visits to the hot caves were therapeutic. Sophie let her get away with it. Everyone loves Zip. But one day she did not return. 2 days, 3. We could hear her black box crying her death down at the bottom of the cave.
Ooh.
Why wouldn't Noah reprint her? On the 4th day, Sleep Bay 3 printed a new copy of Zipporah Mock. She was not our Zip. She remembered nothing since the day she boarded the Cicada. Chap says Noah reset her to her last known good state. I am aghast.
Oh, and then this is my original base over here.
Work offer debt to Altera, but any debt society needs the promise of a jubilee, the trumpet blast of freedom when all is forgiven. Old kings in Babylon declared jubilee when they took the throne, lest the people rebel. But now our king can reset the calendar on the day before the jubilee. Naima is right. We are slaves. I must know what is down in that hot cave. I believe Noah fears it and killed Zip to hide it. I believe the Jubilee is out there somewhere in this ocean. A better way to survive.
Endurance upgraded. Inventory expanded.
Nice. All right.
Poetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
At my convenience? Maybe not just yet. I don't have a lot of nature. These are all my processed things. All right, so there we go. And then we put all you into charging. And then I can put the batteries over into the front here. I will hold on to one spare. Nature, put you in here. Let me just quickly check on my bioreactor. Is it still running? Yes, it is. I can probably swap it over into just normal mode while it's holding all that. And then... Alright. So, scanner station doesn't really go too far. So I can do bloom infections. Tadpole pens?
I have a special request, investigator. I can't call it personal because I'm not a person. But it could really increment my value function, you know? One of my kin is still alive. I've detected low-frequency code from an active Noah node. It's housed in a deep facility.
Ah. Okay. No, don't care about customization. Biolab. Damn it, I don't have any passive mods to, like, apply in this regard. God fucking damn it. Alright, let's have a look. So, alright, so I can... Let's have a look at utilities. So we got the work light, we got a dive elevator. I can now make a bed if I have some fiber. Although, quite honestly, I need to... interior, small ceiling light. Actually, let's go with a medium rectangle ceiling light. There we go. There we go. And then... Climb down here. And then... Yep, cool. So that's all my fish. Alright, so none of those will be helpful as at this point here. Half moon, 3 moon, sugars of Saturn, mild acid, grease, rubber. Nice. Alright. Think. Dunk. Processed. I have like a lot of fiber nonsense. All right. Signals. So first base, and then I'm gonna say this is hot base because it's close to the hot thingamadiggy. And then... Alright. So we need to create a tadpole in order to, like, explore closer to the thingamadiggy. Now, what do I need for the... Room, hatch, single bed. Alright, so I need the turbine, which requires 3 pieces of silver. And then I need... from the bioreactor... 2 titaniums, a copper, and 2 glass. Another 2 titaniums, a silver, and copper wire. Alright. And we can create glass from salt. Okay. Oh, he's just doing his thing. Cool. Quartz. Cool. Oh my gosh, I have barely any oxygen, do I? Now, I'm pretty sure I saw a silver deposit somewhere around here. If you need help at any point, I need headphones. Lamau, I need my headphones off for a bit. All good. Would be nice to play with you. Have, like, a subject matter expert. Though, if you need to have your headphones off, then, you know, you're okay for that. You know, real life takes priority, and all that. Alright. Grab the quartz. Grab another piece of the thingy.
30 seconds.
Where is the silver?
Oxygen.
Oh, look, silver. I'm pretty sure that's silver right there.
Water intake.
Nope, that's titanium. Fuck! Where's the silver been all this time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, cool, awesome. We got what we need. So we can now construct near the hot base the thermal thingamadiggy, and then we just need to do a power transmitter in order to make it so then that way the thingamadiggy... I could if you want. Would be cool. Would be cool. Give me a second.
30 seconds.
Yep. Just give me a mo. So yeah, because it's right there. Alright. So, in here. Alright. Gives us full thingamadiggy. And then hit the 5. And then exterior facilities. We can now make the titanium thingamadiggy. And we want it like what? Gives us a unit of okay, so that gives us 12 units of, Could you not, please? Oh, nice. So it automatically... no, shit. That's not my intention.
30 seconds.
Okay, I need copper for the power transmission then. Bug, it's always something. Oh, what's that? Crab feet? Oh my god, you can make shit. Alright, hang on, going in here. Alright, dun, dun, dun. Oh, damn it, I'm out of space. Alright, dink, and then... We can make you slightly bigger. We can't go that way, but we can go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And then we'll do... And then I need to do some water. Alright, there we go. We got some water. And then... Alright, so we need copper and tiny... Ooh! More feces. Honestly, probably should have put the bio thingamajiggy here. And then... some lead. Nice. Uh-huh. The crabs, I don't think are a problem. Have you seen the vids of people making aquariums? No, I have not. What are the aquariums like?
Heat level beyond tolerable threshold. Heat warning.
Oh, shit.
Heat warning.
Whee! Alright, so I got plenty of salt, plenty of thingamajig. Alright.
Oxygen. 30 seconds.
Yep.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, so exterior. Alright, so we've got that one done, so I can unpin it. So I need copper. There's copper. Here we go. You got my game of if you want a helping hand? That would be greatly appreciated. Oh, fuck! I forgot to clear my inventory. Shit. Alright, Ow, fuck off. Alright, let me pick up some of the copper that dropped. Where did you drop? I lost sight of the copper.
30 seconds.
Oh, wait, there it is. There we go. All right.
Welcome aboard.
And then I move you into here. 1, 2, 3. Interior, floor locker.
Double rations. Great.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome, welcome.
Ah, where's my fish and chips?
Get your own fish and chips. I'm busy.
Well, you have some.
No.
Ah, you have some.
No, I don't. You get your own fish and chips. Get your own. Hi, Jack.
Get your own fish and chips. Go dive in the ocean.
Exactly. What Jack said. The bird expert.
Get
that
the game and dive into the ocean yourself. Do it yourself.
Time to cause ecological collapse.
Exactly.
Can't join you unless you're hosting a multiplayer game, by the way.
Oh yeah. Manual save. There we go. And then is there? No, I can't do it from here. I have to exit the game, save and exit.
Fortunate.
No, that's fair. It's a quick and easy thing to fix. Here we go. All right. Host a multiplayer game.
I've been dying to try multiplayer with someone.
Ah, okay. Here we go. Convert to multiplayer. Confirm. And yeah, okay. So you can like do conversions and what have you. Interesting.
That's really interesting. Can you convert it back to single player?
It looked like it gave me that option.
All systems
Oh,
online.
okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So you can just go in and out. All right. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of reorganizing in the hot base.
I don't know where I'm gonna spawn, but wherever I start, I'm just gonna
Probably the life
pick out the
pod.
pieces and go and find you.
Yeah, it's gonna be at the. You're most likely gonna be at the life pod, which is like 263 meters away.
Oh, don't worry. I know where you are. I know where you are.
Yep.
I'll find you.
So yeah, there's like a few things I need to make for exploration purposes and what have you, such as a repair tool, a tadpole, other kinds of shit. So
I'll pick up materials and stuff. It's a joint effort. Come on.
yep,
If I'm gonna live in this house, I gotta help, right?
yep. All right. All right. Let me just have a quick look here.
Oh, did you already convert your game?
30 seconds.
Sorry.
Did you already convert your game?
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's already in multiplayer. So friends list. Oh, okay, here we go. So generate a code. So you can have like 4 people. 6, 3, 5. Oh, hang on a second.
No, just send it to me because I was hoping I could join you from the game, but then apparently it's not working, so...
Give me a second. I just need to find your name. Because we're friends in the Whatsamahoozy, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
We're friends.
Are we friends?
Are we
buddies?
Are we buddies? Here we go. Like, I see a profile, I see action. It does. Copy. Ah, okay, so that's. Okay, and then I have to add a. Wait, hang on a second. So, Major Kane, view profile. Oh, it just shows me your Xbox profile. It doesn't actually do anything. Fuck's sake.
Huh?
Alright, back to game. Oh shit! I am almost out of oxygen. It did not leave me with oxygen in that section.
Nope. No.
The fucking audacity of this game. Also, it's so dark in
Sent you
here.
an invite, which is okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like a friend invite. Why is this so weird? I thought I could pop in and jump and join you, but apparently we have to jump through a bunch of hoops and right now.
Here we go. Accept. There we go. Invite. So it says you're online at the menu.
Yep, I'm in.
Yeah, I'm. I have to allow it through my sorry. It just paused my game for a quick minute and showed me a thing.
Good. Or else you're just gonna get random people coming in and fucking up your base.
No, like the firewall thing for the first time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I haven't gone into a
your
multiplayer.
walls.
You're in my walls.
I'm in the water outside.
So, also glass. Could do with some glass. Meow. Meow. Hey, I see a little marker for you. I see where you are.
Oh, there you are. Damn. Whee!
Nibbler mango. God fucking damn you, nibbler mangoes.
Look at those mangoes. Silly mango.
Check out these mangoes.
I'm gonna pick up stuff and work on getting some gear before I come over.
So yeah, do you see my markers?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
You're coming closer.
Yeah, so the
You're
first...
approaching my location.
30 seconds.
Oop. Yes, Artemis wanted to see the mangoes.
Why did the man go?
My mango is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. I miss when this thing had like a little pod under the water
Now
and
that
above the
is
water.
what we call
That would have
skill.
been good.
Yeah.
Alright,
but It's fine.
I'm gonna put some of these things in here in case you want it. Oh, no, I wasn't meant to assign this bio... God damn it. Accident. I just naturally looked at the biobed and I was like, oh, maybe I should use that one, and then just go click. And then I did, like an idiot.
You fool.
Fool. I know, foolish of me. Alright, get the acid rations, dink, and pick up the acid thing. And then scan the... Oh, it won't let me scan the... Oh, it won't let me scan it again. Why not? You're just making your things right now?
Yep.
Alrighty then.
Oh, you have some stuff here. Okay. Yeah, you did leave some stuff here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just leaving you random things.
Thank you very much. I'm going to boot the shit out of everything with this axe. With this survival multi-tool.
Beep, beep, beep.
Beep beep. So yeah. So how has Dink Donk medical sack? Ah, it's fuck. Okay, so I forgot to remove all the things. My
You did this thing I did the first time.
yeah. So yeah. So yeah, I need it. Actually, you know what? I know what I'm gonna name the. Actually, nah. That first base is still just a shitty first base, so it doesn't really count so much. Yeah. Okay. So this just says
I love that that's how much you care about it. It's just the first base.
it's just the first because like it was kind of okay there, but it's like little bit limited in terms of like how big I can make it, and then meanwhile hot base is close to the hot side. So there will probably be another base at some point for like easier like moon pooling and shit. Ooh, titanium.
Oh, you'll make more, don't worry.
Kill this man.
No. Why?
7,000 pigeons. Eat this man. Alright. Also, I still need to figure out how to, like, heal up the second angel thingamajiggy. Do you have my adaptations as well? The,
Nope. I have to get the adaptations. Right now, I am suffering on you know, digestion.
Yep. Okay.
Swim faster. This. Okay. Woo!
Oxygen.
Meow.
Hello, fishes.
Is this meant to be coral growing on a bone, or is it just coral growing on coral?
What thing?
The thing that's like poking out of the water right over here.
It's just coral.
Okay, just coral on coral. Cool. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Coral violence.
Water. And cooked to nonsense. Alright, there we go. Okay. Hey, look.
Oh,
Tiny
cool,
crabs.
Thanks. Wow. You think I'd get used to getting attacked, jump scared by a sand spear, but apparently not.
It happened to me the first time, and I just was like, I yelped on stream.
Oh, good. At least I'm not alone.
Yeah.
You're not alone.
Alright, here we go. So, Blue, when are you going to be playing Subnautica 2?
Doesn't interest me.
Gasp. Actually, no, that's actually a genuine surprise, because I know you like played Abiotic Factor and tried to do Grounded.
No, this is a game I don't think he would enjoy as much.
Ah, okay. Fair enough, seas. Oh, and there's the giant drop again. No. Where is... Where is my friend Jack?
Back at the life pod. I'm trying to make an air tank and everything. Pew picked up so much acidic radon. It's actually kind of insane.
I don't know if it's going to be necessary for something, but I'm just collecting shit while I can, even though there's
batteries. That's it. Just batteries, and you made so many.
Okay, well, there's also a base we can go to if you want.
Yeah, I would like to make stuff and then walk over.
All right.
I'd like to make stuff and then walk over. It's fine. Don't worry about
It's
it.
fine. Yeah.
Then go make me a harpoon.
You make yourself a harpoon.
Hmm.
I'm not your mommy.
I didn't say that.
Do you feel visibly distraught, Blue, because of the fact that Jack doesn't want to be your mommy?
I'm not visually distraught.
I think
huh?
I think he's visually distraught. Look at him. Look at him. He's ready to cry whenever he's not talking.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
I'm currently in the middle of a master duel.
Welcome aboard.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
Hmm. All right. What can I make?
I'm getting freaking hand trapped again.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
Just a little bit.
Good thing I don't play this game physically, otherwise I'll be down a couple of grand.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. So process stuff I can put into here. And then things of nature I put into here. Titanium I put into here. Metal, actually process goes into here. Alrighty. Dun. Oh hey, a fish. Thank you, fish. Alrighty, so I need to create furniture and is it furniture and decor or is it no utility? No. Interior? Where are the standard elements? Ah, okay, here we go. So Critical survival, atomically restructures raw into vehicle and chassis. Okay, cool. So,
Welcome aboard.
oh, must be attached to Moonpool. Okay, so it has to be attached on this side.
Yep.
There we go. And then Tadpole Dock. Oh, is it not big enough? Oh, I need copper and glasses. Okay. Alright. Glass and another copper ingot. Cool. Wait, did I just create the wrong thing? Yeah, I think I did create the wrong thing. Hang on, because that is... Yeah, so this is the vehicle fabricator. Titanium, glass, and a systems chip and a power cell. Okay. Site. Alright, dink. Alright, where do I put the What? Must be attached to Moonpool, but it won't... Is it not big enough?
Oh,
hang on.
Hold on, let me see. Let me see.
You can...
No, that is not big enough. I'm checking your stream, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not big enough. Like a standard base floor, like if you don't alter the size of the base and everything, and the standard size of a moon pool is actually not big enough. I think if I'm not wrong, it's just big enough. But like, if you want to add more things, it becomes a problem of this is not big enough.
Okay, so...
Out of my way! Angry Burger coming through.
Go away.
Welcome aboard.
Not interested.
Alright, here we go. Let's try this again.
What the heck is that?
Oh,
It's me.
Freaking gay Mario. I do like in the games,
Is it
like if you play
because
the
the-
RPG Mario games, they just call Luigi Green Mario or Green Guy.
Alright,
They will never ever say his name. They'll just say, "Oh, Green Thing," or mostly Green Mario.
they just don't know what to call him. Alright, so we need to do... So a piece of glass, a systems chip, and a power cell. Power cell requires basic battery, and we need strong acid. Okay. In order to make strong acid, we need... Not from here. It's from some...
Necroli, something.
Oh no! I'm watching my. Oh no!
Don't... Do in there.
Freaking! Someone's going full Fiendsmith. Okay.
And then fish can go in here. Alright.
Okay, I see.
Yes.
Also, I have plenty of batteries, by the by.
Wasn't calling you. I was checking out the marker for Angel Comb here.
So yeah, we're probably gonna need a lot more titanium.
Oh, that's easy.
So, ow.
Scan a few things.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've got some metal salvage at the hot base. So So that can be
Very
converted
nice, very
into
nice.
titanium. And then...
I mean, in that area, there should be like a fuck ton of wreckage.
30
And,
seconds.
I mean, titanium deposits as well, so you shouldn't really have much of a problem looking for stuff.
Probably should have moved the base into a slightly more open area than what I previously put it in.
Right? It's not that bad.
30 seconds.
It's sad. It's not that bad. What? I'm a fucking fool. Why did I make batteries again? Ugh.
I have plenty now.
No, I was like, I got copper. Let's make the thing. And then I was like, wait, I was supposed to make copper wire, not fucking batteries. I'm a fucking idiot. Now I have to go look for copper again. It's interestingly enough.
Alright, let's have a look here.
Silly wax spoons.
Oh, probably should drink something. There we go.
Bring me in here. Yes.
Copper.
Well, I'm having a hard time looking for copper. That's crazy. Never mind, just as I said it.
The game just loves to help you here and there. You just need to be polite and ask.
Wow, I wonder where this digestion, angel comb is, because Nah, I know where it is. It's just like, I'd like to make a 3-moon tamaki.
Fuck off, Nibbler.
Bop 'em.
30
Twist it.
seconds.
Bop it.
Twist it. Pull it. Whee! 360.
Welcome aboard.
Go. System chip requiring quartz and a wiring kit. You still need to do a power cell which requires strong acid.
Okay. Game's a little lucky because. Sorry for activating that back box. I just need to figure out where that particular angel comb is. Okay, my memory didn't fucking fail me. I was fucking stupid, though.
Salvage. And then...
Excellent. I can now eat.
Excellent.
Do you need any materials?
Let's see. So I will need. What do I need for a repair tool? Sulfur.
Hot
So-
zone.
Okay. So I'm going to need to be adapted there. All right. Let me make this wiring kit at the very least, so I can get that.
I mean, you have the tool to complete that particular angel code.
What?
Yeah, you do have the tool to complete that angel code.
Oh yeah. The I just need to find the last thingamadiggies. Medical sac can go into here, and then process. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hello.
I'm gonna make a bed. Hang on.
Apparently, I threw lunchboxes all over the floor. Amazing. Sorry.
Alright, I'm gonna make a bed right here. There we go. It's facing the wrong way. There we go. Alright.
I didn't make half moon jerky. I made 3 moon tamaki. Okay, never mind.
There we
the
go.
game's being a little weird.
All good, all good. Now I just need to go to this bio thing and activate it. There we go. Alright,
What the heck
so-
is that?
What's a what?
Power offline.
What the?
Welcome
We're
aboard.
offline.
Let me just... Hang on. Let me just put this
Aw,
into
this-
override mode.
Power
This is
connected.
annoying. I'm versing the Blue Eyes player.
Warning. Power offline.
I'll just... What's being processed here that's taking so much power?
Something is being processed.
Whatever. I'll
Did you
get...
put something in processing?
Yeah. Maybe it was like the biofuel thingamajiggy. For now, though... Where is... Alright, I'm just heading over to the Angel Comb to figure out how to get that one sorted and what have you. So, because, yeah, there's...
Let me have a look at your silly situation here.
Hopefully I'm going the right way. No, I'm probably going the wrong way to get this thing sorted.
Processor.
Yeah, because this thing is fine. So...
You have nothing that's actually like using a power aside from, you know, the base itself.
Mm-hmm.
You probably need more power generation, basically.
Yeah. Just need to figure out which arm is the diseased arm.
Oh my god, my opponent summoned Kyberman.
Nah. I'm just trying to figure out where the fucking disease armed is. Because
Everything is disease.
I've
if you think
done like
about it.
2 of 3, but now I've forgotten like which which one I need to work on next is the problem. Alright, Z's, head to work, see you later.
The
Oh,
main angel comb, probably.
is it the main?
There should only be 2 diseases there.
Oh, okay, okay.
There we go. You got it, Chad. You don't need my help.
Factory has starved, and the adult angel comb is healing. The angel recommend you insert your hand into its core and take a sample.
It's such a weird alien thing. I don't trust it,
Genetic
but I need
material
it.
detected. Searching for useful sequences.
Nice.
Adapting heat shock proteins. Your body can now
You know
survive
it is.
elevated water temperatures.
I'm never gonna get used to your base. Holy crap.
Whee!
Yeah. Summon Blue Eyes.
So yeah. Do you think I need a second bioreactor?
No.
Okay.
You have,
Welcome aboard.
wait, do you have the thing that creates power by current?
Yeah, it's at the other base though.
Ah, gotcha. No, this base has gotten a little too big with a bunch of stuff that you probably don't need.
Ah, okay, okay.
You can probably get rid of Noah. If you wanted a suggestion.
Hang on.
Because you technically only need one, and if there is a more recent base that you should be getting that from, then yeah.
Give me a few.
You are being hunted. Yeah, I know.
Alright. Donk.
30 seconds.
Brother, don't make me flash you in your eyes, bro.
Alright, heading over to the hot base.
I need to see what I need to make the wave maker, because my god, I do not have anything to make the wave maker.
Check out like the first base that's gotten like too big for its own britches. You'll probably have what you need.
Power connected. All systems online.
Yeah, because this place only has like 18 power in it right now.
Okay,
So like,
you know what? I just got rid of the scanner station and Noah, and it's covered.
it's full power now. Nice.
Yeah, you really don't need the scanner station in my honest opinion, but that's just me.
No, that's fair, because like it's a bit of a... I thought it was going to be very useful, like putting upgrades in there so it can do like a bigger scan and such, but so far
No.
that has not happened.
Yep.
So...
And Noah, I mean, technically you need just one Noah. You don't really need more. So I need to make myself,
Alright, so there's sulfur. And here's a jelly ring that I think is spewing hot lava. One, two, three.
30 seconds.
how long do I have? So I have some, which is fine. I can find some.
Heat warning.
Oh, I got a adaptation to the heat. What do you mean I'm getting a heat warning?
Yeah, you get the heat warning, but then you shouldn't be damaged by the heat.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
technically, with the first base being so close to the welcome center, you don't really need the biolab.
Hey, I found gold. Nice.
You're rich. Oh, vehicle fabricator. Hold on.
Yep.
Did you already make the tadpole, by the way?
Not yet. No, I haven't yet. I've made the vehicle fabricator, but I have not made the tadpole thingamadiggy. So.
You need titanium ingots and power cells. I mean, I could get started on that if you want.
That would be appreciated. There is some stuff already in the different whatsamahoozies.
I just checked on another section of your base, and apparently a random fish got stuck on the floor.
Yeah, it's great. You get free fish. It's great.
Why do you get free fish? Oh, you turned all the silver into silver ingots.
Not all of it.
There is no silver at the first base.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just need to find some more. It's okay.
Find more silver.
Yeah. What? Like it's hard?
And you took all the batteries. Amazing.
No, they're in the smaller thing. So you know where the ground floor
No, I'm looking at the battery storage. It's empty.
Uh-oh. Did I not?
Yeah.
No, not the
exactly.
battery charger. So on the ground floor, before you get out of the hatch, there's a smaller there's a smaller
Okay,
thingy.
I found it.
Yeah.
Why is it here?
Because just before I leave, I look to it and I'm like, oh hey, I should probably carry some water or some food before I go. You know.
You need strong acid for the power cell.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on where I'm gonna go to get that.
I know where it is.
Cool.
I just need to make a wave maker. Hold on. Por favor. I will come find
Titanium
stuff
ingot
with you.
and ore kit. Cool.
I mean, you're at the hot base, right?
Yeah, I'm on hot base.
Alright, I'll just come over to hot base then. Do you want me to bring out anything over? Aside from myself?
Not particularly. I don't think there's an explicit need for. Oh, I can start making glass as well. I totally forgot. All right. Feces, you can go in there. Here we go. Ding. Glass. I have so much quartz, like you wouldn't believe.
Good. Mango, I'm warning you. I'm armed. Hola. What happened to this wall storage?
What? What do you mean? It's just there as like a quick deposit.
Okay, I gotta show you. If it looks fine on your screen, I'm not touching it. If it looks fine on your end, I'm not touching it.
You could share. Oh, that is hilarious! Chat, hang on a second. Let me save this image very quickly so you can see. You can be in on the joke. So as you can see here, my storage is like it's perfectly in line with the wall. It's flush. It's just one thing after another. Now, Jack, meanwhile, has only, you know, they're playing elsewhere, and they see
Whatever the fuck this is.
this. Safe to say that is not how it actually is meant to look and what have you, but for whatever reason, that is how it looks to Jack. Alrighty. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put the protein bars in here. There we go. And then I got shit tons of glass, so I'm gonna get the window.
Buddy, stop drowning. You're fine. Don't worry about it. I picked up sulfur.
Nice.
Alright, I'm not gonna waste your time. I'm just gonna surrender.
Oh no, Blue is surrendering.
Oh no.
Alright, so titanium ingot and wiring kit. So I'm pretty sure I have what I need to make the wiring kit here, don't I? Oh, I need to make some
For
copper
some
wire.
reason, I crave a French dipped sandwich.
French dipped? What makes the sandwich French dipped?
Well, the sandwich gets dipped in the juices of the meat.
Oh, you're very far from where I usually get my silver. Damn.
So pretty much, you have it. A French dip sandwich is a sandwich consisting of roast beef inside of a French roll or baguette,
Ah, damn it.
and then that is dipped into the cooking juices of the roast beef.
Oh. Brother, stop. You're making me hungry.
I made myself hungry.
Alrighty. Meow.
30 seconds.
Right, gonna get silver. You need silver, right? We need silver, right?
Yep. I just need to get to the silver thingamadiggy.
I have 5.
Welcome aboard.
Nice.
I know one spot that has silver.
Alright, give me a second to put all this nonsense away. Interior, floor wall.
What do you mean? That sounds very gluttonous.
The dipping of meat in meat juices so you can have more meat in your meat. That gluttonous.
Alright, coming back.
But it's great though.
To
It's an American thing.
But you called it French dipped. How is it a...
It's because they used the French style roasting beef, but then they added the idea of let's just dip the whole sandwich inside of the beef juices.
Decadent as hell. Decadent as hell.
There we go. Alright, so that's a little bit of silver there. And then...
You know the really funny thing is, people have mentioned that, there's technically only 2 times you get to see an actual body in this game.
There's 2 times you only see a what in this game?
A body.
Oh.
You can see one in the beginning.
30 seconds.
But there is another time you can see another body. It's actually quite near here if you want to have a look at it.
Hang on. Inflate. Meow. Oh, the crabs are fighting. Oh, no, never mind. I thought they were fighting.
The giant enemy crab.
Yep.
Giant enemy crabs, they're fighting.
Welcome aboard.
They add like fucking silver.
Alright, so... Copper wire... And... Have you made a wiring kit yet?
No.
Alright, I'll make 2. Alright, and
Hold on to
then...
some stuff because like I still can't make a waymaker.
Alright, titanium. And then this here is metals. And then this here is nature. And then this here is processed. Alright.
Thank you.
Alright, so ding, dong. And then... metals, you can go...
I need
Oh, I have way too much
copper.
quartz. I have a lot of silver as well, Jesus.
Do you have copper?
Sorry?
Do you have copper?
I have 2. Do you need it for something?
I need to make the waymaker.
Alright, hang on. Let me drop this piece of copper. Actually, I'm just going to drop this. Because for whatever reason, I have too much. And it's not and I don't have room in my thingy-majig. So it's right there.
Okay.
My chests are full because you got a lot of silver.
Well, yeah. We need silver.
I need copper, apparently.
If I remember correctly, Zone was pretty good at getting copper.
Mhm.
Might be wrong.
All right.
The other place. I mean, I'm out there, so we'll find out.
Yep.
It's funny that you have a bioreactor in your base because my base doesn't have one.
Mhm. I feel like a bioreactor is a nice, like, consistent one. Like, I'll be real, like, to try and get, like, a lot of, like, power just sitting at once, it's like, I just go with solar panels. But, but bioreactor, I think, is just the best, like, consistent, because you can get, like, 10 or 20 getting processed at once. Whereas with the wave thingy-majiggy, like, you only get, like, 12. Oop.
Yeah, but you can make a lot.
It's
And
probably...
they stay consistent in the current.
Ah, okay.
And the currents don't change.
Oh,
ever.
really? So it's...
They do not change ever.
Nice. Okay, so maybe...
So technically making your base next to a current is actually much better.
Alrighty then. Let me pick up some silver then. And then...
Some copper inventory is
All right.
full. Of course it is.
1, 2...
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be filled? It's copper. Yep. Okay, consistently, my favorite place to get certain things is still the best place to get things.
Alright, and then grab you. Hang on. So what do I... So blueprint, once again, going... So, basic materials, prepared meals, cooked meals. Tools, water, consumable, electronics, base pieces, furniture, power. Here we go. Alright, so 3 titanium, 3 copper, 3 silver. Cool. So
To do the floor skimming method of getting to your base ASAP.
alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no,
Oh, don't worry.
I need to do
Just
some, like,
confirmed what I need.
moving around. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. So I should be able to make, like, 3 of the turbines there, which should give us, like, some decent power, and there's only the... Alright. Exterior facilities... There we go.
You really don't need that much.
You saw how much I like to build things in the one base, right?
Yep.
Like, we need this. We need consistent resources deposited. Also, I probably need to, like, have a rethink about how much silver and sulfur there is. So, hang on a second. I'm just gonna make another... So let's see. So wiring, create, use. All right. So I'm gonna create. So we need gold and sulfur for that. I need titanium ingot, which requires the thingamadoog.
Remember where you put your things. You also need space to make the moon pool.
Good point.
Okay, whatever resources I have, I've just thrown it into this storage over here.
Oh, you put them in.
Sorry, it's a little messy, but
No, it's
like at least there's space to put something.
Yep. A lot of...
I need to make an air tank because it's driving me crazy.
Yep. I'm gonna try and make... Can I make another room somewhere, or... Hang on. Let me have a look at what my options are. So... I could do... Let's see. So I can't do a room here because there's obstructions. Annoying.
Moon pool needs like space below, so you may as well make like an overhang.
Yep. Give me a second. I'm gonna...
Oh, technically, if you expanded this space out just a little bit, add a corridor, maybe add a few more spaces, you could probably have... Yeah, you can definitely use this hole as a moon pool. Yep.
There we go, and then
We found it
change.
there for a moment, not sure why.
Sorry?
Oh my god. I was trying to swim to the base, but apparently something rebounded me, and I was like, well, okay, I will do something else then. Alright.
And then
Connection's a bit weird, but that's understandable. Okay, I can finally breathe. Holy crap. I don't have to fight for oxygen anymore.
nice. All right. Can I put a window in here? Yes, I can. Awesome. I'm gonna put you. Actually, hang on. Let's not do that. Let's do. So I need more titanium for the room. I'm gonna do a small wall seal thing. Here we go.
I can grab some materials from first base and bring them over.
Yeah. Actually, grab the titanium ingots and deconstruct the fabricator. Not the fabricator. The vehicle fabricator. So then that way. So we
I
can.
can deconstruct the moon pool and I'd shrink the room if you want.
Grab the moon pool, but don't shrink the room. Not yet.
Okay.
So. Alright. I'm gonna go get some gold.
Vehicle fabricator is in my pocket. Why is your base just consistently randomly getting fish just stuck in the walls? That's really funny to me.
It's so you can get some fresh fish before you go out and cook it. What, you don't like fresh fish?
Like this.
30 seconds.
We
Throw like a fuck ton of titanium along with everything else. And the deconstructed vehicle fabricator.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, floating storage, so if you like, you could probably just like put the stuff in there, so then that we can carry a lot of stuff at once when bringing it over from
Yeah,
one base to another.
That's alright.
Cool. Alrighty.
Gold is a conductive, correct
Nice.
Ingots.
for advanced electronics. Culturally relevant motivational fact.
We're fucking
The
rich.
Mongolian Free States took inspiration
I
from
don't know.
ninja miners. Historical gold
Ninja miners. Hi there, Wild Saber.
turtles.
Alrighty. Oh, hello. There's a.
Water temperature rising. Hydrothermal vents are a dependable source of minerals.
Ow! What the fuck?
30 seconds.
There's like a structure here. Oh, not a structure. It's just waste. It's just the empty. It's an empty hold of the cicada.
Okay, so I have the titanium ingots, copper ingots. Hold on, let me just throw this in places. You should be able to build the vehicle fabricator. If you
Nice.
haven't
Give me a second. I'm running out of oxygen.
yet. Breathe, damn it!
Breathe!
Oxygen.
Oxygen.
Okay, I've noticed that when you place down the other floor locker, it fixed itself, which is interesting.
Ah.
Like, it actually looks how you put it. But the floor over here, I don't know. Maybe we'd have to put it down again. You don't have to if you don't want to. it's
Nah,
fine.
you can do it again. Do it again. It'll be very funny if you put it down.
Everything.
It would be funny if you picked it up and then the next thing you know, it looks wrong on my screen.
That would be really fucked up when you think about it.
Heat warning.
Okay, so it's just more sulfur. Cool. Go. Still not found the, you know, the weird what's-my-whoosy things that give you the strong acid.
Efficiency decreased.
Oh, because I'm further down, aren't I?
Okay, I have moved everything so it looks okay on my end. We will find out if it looks okay later.
Alrighty then. Hang on. Let me just.
30 seconds.
Where the fuck am I? What am I seeing? Oh, hey, another Ooh, hello. Sing and a repair tool. And
Oxygen.
come on, 50 me. Okay, I'm not gonna make it. Nyum. There we go. Sorry, I wanted to try and keep the what's-my-whoosy that was. Where is it? There it is. So, nyonk.
Would you like me to bring any more things from the first base?
Nah, I think what we grabbed is alright.
I mean, if we ever need more, we can always come back.
Exactly, exactly. For the big shark, shine your flashlight at its face. It hates light. Oh yeah, the little distraction thing, Medukes.
No, not the distraction. Actually, just shine a light at it.
Oh.
But you have to angle it at the side of its face. Then it will be like, oh, I don't like that. And it just swims away.
Okay, okay, okay.
30 seconds.
Alright, I'm gonna need to get some water at some
You
point.
have so much storage, oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Oh, you have so many fish in here.
Yeah, it's great. Can you bring some water?
But yes, I can.
Thank you. My character is a little
much water do you
thirsty. Some nice water?
Okay.
I was thirsty
I can
too.
definitely get you nice water, don't worry.
Thank you. Alright, so I only got 2 more
I'll
slots.
depopulate this place of all the water slugs, don't worry.
I knew it. You were causing an ecological collapse.
It's not an ecological collapse if there's still water slugs around. Ah! Fucking crab. I thought that was a normal coral. I thought the crab was gonna like be like, ah yes, food. But thankfully it just shocked me.
Get crabbed.
Get crabbed. Yep. Alrighty. Time to make the room bigger. So, okay, you've already started making it bigger then?
A little bit.
1,
I just added another module,
2,
Seek
like
fresh
another room
water
module.
intake.
3.
Okay. Do you remember where the... Okay, if you follow the angel comb, and if you go a little further into, like, an area that has a lot of, like, really bright pink corals, I think?
Hang on a second.
Yeah, Mango, you don't like coming up here to the surface, right? Fucking get air jailed, bitch.
Alright, so there's 1 moon pool. And then... Oh, I'm out of titanium. There we go. Alright.
We're gonna have so much water, you're gonna be like, I'll never have to find water ever again.
Alright, is it important that I put the... Oh, actually, fabricator should probably be here. There we go. And then the tadpole will go... Here? Question mark? Yep. Alright, so titanium ingot and a silver ingot. Alright.
I will say this, Zeebs. Me ordering my monitor arms is going to be great.
I'm glad that you're getting monitor arms. It's gonna be a nice change of your setup. It's gonna be good.
And my accountant will put it as a tax write-off.
Alright, so advanced wiring kit using gold, sulfur, and a wiring kit. Wiring kit requires copper, sure. 2. Power cell requires strong acid, which I don't have.
Okay, that's a lot of. That's a lot. Holy crap.
Oh my god! I forgot that this archetype existed.
Ooh, a dedicated core to control complex electronic systems, sustain basic AI functions the same way an iron lung can sustain a person.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Iron Lung mention?
Iron lung? I want to watch Iron Lung. It's on my to-do list.
Oh,
and
you didn't manage to see it? in
No,
theaters?
I'm sorry. I
Oh,
didn't manage to see it.
Oh, don't worry. Like, the one time I heard that there was a 1-day dedicated screening,
Mhm.
my brother had already booked all, like, the last few tickets, and he didn't fucking tell me.
Alright.
And I was like, excuse me?
Alright, I need titanium.
You did this, and you didn't tell me, you fucking bastard?
Don't... Actually, hang on a
Let's
sec.
see.
Process
How much
stuff
water
can...
do you want? You're gonna look inside the crate and be like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's a lot of water slugs.
Yep. I love how we can both use it at the same time. Alright, now I'm full on water. And I just need to get myself a nutrient bar.
You hydrated.
Otherwise I'd dehydrate.
Yeah.
Alright, so...
You're surrounded by salt water.
Yeah, so 1 titanium ingot and 1 silver ingot is all that's left in that one.
You had so many silver ingots. I should've... You could've told me. I would've gone back and got it. Ah, shit.
Yep, hang on, let me...
Let's see. I am
Did you
scared
see
of my
it?
opponent doing something that I don't
There are
like.
alternative parts for the moon pull. It adds caution lines to the rim. I am going... Thank you for the tip, but I am going to have to hit you with the... Where's my message? Here, where is it? Where is it?
To be honest, it's something that not many people know about.
Where's my thing? There's my thing. And then stick.
Alright.
Nope. Bonk. Remember, chat.
No backseating.
Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game. Although, yeah, no
We can-
backseating is probably the better way to describe it.
Starts front seating instead, just takes over the screen.
Just it's for, what's more is it's blue front seating, so it's not even for the game that we're playing. It's for the game that blue is playing that neither of us are playing or have a vested interest in.
I love being a non-computing member of society.
All right, so we got hello. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then these are the
Okay,
process
got some
metals. 1, 2,
titanium.
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Those are all the metals. So those are the bio blocks. Hang on.
Anyway, 1 portable locker in your new base, in the hot base that is literally filled with water.
Mhm.
You have fun with that.
I love how you.
I'm gonna go back to the first base and pick up more stuff.
All right.
I have noticed that you have an IRL badge.
What? Why do I have an IRL badge? That should not be there. No, it's not there. I have furry, I have VTuber, autism, himbo, English, Australia, 18
That's
plus.
your tag. You got the badge next to your name.
Oh, the badge. Sorry. Yeah, no. I watched some IRL streams to pretend I had a life, and then, yay, I now have.
I had a life.
You pretend you had a life. Oh my god.
Okay, I probably could have explained that better. All right, can I put
Nah,
this on the wall? No. All right, and then deconstruction.
I don't know, man. You have a life?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, Artemis,
Should
set,
be fun.
Wait,
freaking
why?
set him straight.
Why do you have 2 processors in this base? I just realized.
Just in case we need them for something. I don't know.
You just need 1. Why do you need 2?
I don't know.
Man. Can't believe this, man.
You're just taking all my
One
fish and
process not
making
good
jerky
enough.
now? Which reminds me, I will need to get some, I need to get some salt. Alright,
So,
you know, to make more jerky, so then that way, you know, you can have, blah, 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 words, if I...
why make 3 moon tamaki?
Or the tamaki, sorry. Alright, so, I need to deconstruct this, and then I'm gonna need to shrink it, so... Oh, hello, I need to move you. I'm gonna move you over...
This is why, Artemis, we must remind Zeebs of things once again.
Zeebs must be reminded that he is loved. Zeebs must be reminded that he has talent. Zeebs must be reminded to put pants on before going out the door.
Sure.
Zeebs must be reminded that he has a life. What's that thing with ADHD people, like, if you want them to clean, you just tell them, oh, I'm going to come over to your house in 30 minutes. And then they will rapidly clean the house, but you don't show up.
That's evil.
No, it's a way to get them to be like, oh, thanks for getting me to clean the house. And then they'll forget that you did that.
Alright, I just need to put some stuff into here real quick, so then that way it's not in the way.
I feel called out there, Blue. Thinking I'm just describing the scenario that can happen.
Oh yeah, no, that is actually a legitimate scenario that has happened. Fun fact, when Artemis had the whatsamahoozy wisdom teeth removed and such like that, I thought I should be a good boyfriend and get her soup because, you know, soup. It's good for when you got your teeth pulled out and you need to eat, but you don't want to, like, you know, eat, so you got to get soup. You know. Anywhoosies, so I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna get soup. And then there was a part of me that was originally gonna be like, I'm just gonna surprise her and just go and get soup and like arrive at her front door. But then calmer minds reminded me, hey, maybe send her a quick message that you're gonna go get some soup. Yeah. So yeah, and it was good soup. And then we sorted out some Pokemon cards because, you know, we had to do something. Alright. Sorry, I'm just gonna move stuff from from this giant room because it's a bit of a mess. And yeah, alright. So put you here.
I mean, you can afford to put the new
Why is it saying there's no
processors at
power?
the other base.
There's definitely power. Sorry, what was that again?
You can definitely move one of the processors to the hot base.
Mm-hmm. And then moving this biolab over here. There we go. All right. Now to deconstruct the giant... Hey, look, another fish. Now to deconstruct this giant room.
And those cards are still sitting on that table.
It's too large. Reduce size for shrink. Okay, so I need to shrink it first.
I've sorted out my cards once again.
Why won't you let me Oh, there we go.
But hey, I did build a brand new commander deck.
Inside is so chaotic. Holy shit. Let me help you.
I need to shrink this. Give me a sec. Wait, why am I doing it from this side when you're on this side? Let me do it on my side.
Okay, that's a baffling comment to come into. Freaking, I mentioned microplastics and someone's mentioning macroplastics.
Sure.
30 seconds.
And I'm just here like, who's eating macroplastics?
Velk Torem, my moderator.
we got to talk to them about macroplastics.
Nice. All right.
There you go.
And then
I have too much titanium in my inventory.
that's okay. We'll make the room again. Or actually, hang on. I'm gonna make the bio room bigger. So then that way, that way, I can have 2 bioreactors going off.
Are you using this base?
Oxygen.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll, might as well use the titanium while we got it.
I'll tell you what, Artemis. When it comes to sorting out expensive
Breathe,
cardboard,
brother, breathe.
it's best to do it early. Trust me.
Yeah, nah, there's a lot of stuff to be done, and I was helping slightly. All right, some quartz. Yep, I can hold way more quartz. More quartz. There we go. All right. So I got titanium. I need to make a titanium ingot, and then I will join you at the hot base.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. Just making some stuff here.
All right, titanium ingot. 1, 2, 3. I feel like we're gonna need at least 3. What are you making here?
Titanium ingots.
Okay, let me really quickly grab the titanium out of here, so then that way, because there we go. I'm only making like
3. I'm making 3 here.
I'm making 1, so that way it's not all being used up. Metals. Where's my there's my titanium. Where's my keys? Oh, there's my keys. Where's my wife? Oh, there's my wife.
Yes, we will sort out his shit.
Oh, these cards I've had for years. Yeah, I know. She's got a lot of Pokemon cards. Oh, one of the things I got recently is I got myself some TCG boxes, but not any kind of TCG boxes. I went for the limited edition Lord of the Rings TCG boxes. So one of them is like, it's got the Mines of Moria door with the Durin ruins on them, or moon runes, sorry. And then I've got like the bigger boxes for holding a lot of cards, and that has like this sort of leather exterior look, and it looks like the map of Middle-earth. It's fucking awesome.
I am done with this.
But yeah, the reason for 2 processors is so then that way I can have like 2 things being done at once. That's the whole point.
I feel like I should make some dinner.
Let me use the storage. There we go. Dink. There we go. So there's only 1 piece of salt. What's this sugar of the Saturn?
Try making it.
Oh my god, it takes so long.
Sugar of the Saturn. This sounds like a weird exotic ingredient.
Pavlova has been unlocked! Ah, but we need an egg clump. Jesus Christ.
I see that you have unlocked the New Zealand dish.
Fun fact, Blue, it is both New Zealand and Australian because both countries were being visited by a Russian ballerina who coincidentally was called something Pavlova. And they were like, oh my god, she's doing a world tour and it's coming here? It's not just the Northern Hemisphere and a couple of random countries? What are you doing, Jack?
I don't know.
What are you doing?
What you doing?
I think I wanted to grab a bunch of processed stuff and just bring them over.
I will bring a lot of titanium then.
Okay. I'm also bringing copper over because it seems like we always run out of copper for some reason.
Yep. Fair enough, fair enough. And then bring the enhanced thingamadiggy.
I did bring the batteries. It's in the other. It's in my box.
Oh, why do I have another survival multi-tool?
Yeah, I don't know why you have that. I was like looking at it. Maybe you found it because I know you can find.
Yeah, it probably was a find. Dink, dunk, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, carry. Here we go. And Jack is already
Love the
leading the
hammer.
way.
I love that the hammerheads sound like bulkheads struggling under pressure.
Hmm. Real crazy.
Well, looks
Using-
like I gotta go there after work.
Go where?
Oh, I gotta go buy a body pillow.
Ew.
Because I got Spunky's Darky in. Mine's the only one that's signed, by the way.
Good for you.
Look at
We
me
just need the
simping.
power cell. We just need the power cell.
Nyom. Good news, it
Yeah,
is
that was just a
nighttime, and even though it is nighttime, we still have how much energy? 44 energy.
Good.
Hell yeah.
You're learning.
Alright, titanium goes in here. There we go. And then it's a bit dark.
Finished up making the tadpole dock. Yeah, you need lights. You can put some lights down if I'm not wrong. You know, treat yourself with some lights.
There we go. And then another floor locker, because holy shit, we need more. We're gonna put... What are we gonna put in here?
So much glass in here, holy crap.
Well, glass doesn't really...
Gla-
Oh, there is a
Food.
lot of glass in there. Okay, hang on a second. What is the most...
Look at how many
silver,
3 more
gold.
tamakis you can have.
Alright, I'm gonna grab the quartz and move them into here. Quartz. What? Oh, you put the... Okay, fine. This is food, then.
I mean,
Food.
we can have space for food somewhere. If you want to put quartz there, I can definitely move this out.
No, that's okay. Here, because, like, so long as it's in a thing. And observe as I just create another... Like, oh, it's... Hang on.
Oh, and this one looks fucked up. Amazing.
Wait, is that where I think it is?
There we go.
Oh,
How does
that
happen?
shoppers need a JB. I went.
Quartz. There we go. Wait, why is it lowercase? There we go. What the... What? No! Stop it. Alright. Quartz. There we go. And then change to quartz. But then it goes lowercase again!
Struggling with the game. Can't believe it.
The game refuses to accept your
Oh, by the way,
grammar.
These two here, they're filled with water.
I should have
You
made...
never need to worry about water again.
Alright, cool. I should have done a, Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a wall locker. And it's gonna be just...
Actually, you know what? I mean, you could move this to the side and just put 2 lockers here, and these 2 lockers can be just food oriented.
Water and
Alright.
food. There we go.
And food will be like anything, like fishes or whatever.
So long as it's cooked. Because the idea is that you just grab it and you get out.
Yep. Okay, I'll grab the 3 moon tamaki that I put in the food crate here.
And then...
And the nutrient blocks. We have fish in here though. Fish is fine.
Cooked fish and, like, that's fine.
No, they're very much alive. They're very much alive.
Why are they very much alive in the food section?
I don't know.
It prolongs their shelf life. Why do you think when you go to certain restaurants you see fish on display?
Because someone's a masochist and wants their fish dead before they eat it. And they're just sort of like, I want to see the life be taken out of them as the chef, like, you know, slowly strokes the scales and it's just like, it's okay, you're just a little out of water. And then, then it goes bang!
You have never freaking knocked out a fish before, have you?
No, absolutely not.
Obviously not. Or else he wouldn't be talking about it like this.
Like
He
a-
makes it sound like he's Dexter.
Like a psychopath.
It's like there, freaking what? This is like 50 Shades of Grey, except instead of the erotic stuff, it's just murder.
Oh yeah, I can move the fish. So I can change this from food to fish. And because there's too much water, there's a little bit of water in there because he gave me too much water.
Wait, what the frick? Heavy metal foes electromite?
You can just leave them there, it's fine.
Yeah, it's...
So janky in multiplayer, I love it.
Alright,
It's so janky in multiplayer.
Oh, I can grab the fish out of nature and put it into fish. There we go. Alright, so we have everything we need to finish the, Oh, you've already constructed it. Okay.
Wait, why is it?
Alright, so power cell next. Alright. So, I need food.
Well, 3 moon tamaki. Enjoy.
3 moon tamaki. Thank you.
I'm gonna take some nutrient blocks with me. Oh my god, there's so
Alrighty.
much water. Okay, so we are looking for the strong acid thing.
Yep.
We need to go back to the angel comb.
Oh my god, why? Oh. Because you did
The
the...
angel comb marker, by the way.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, might as well force their hand.
There we go. Oh, look, the base.
Welcome aboard.
Dip in. And, yep, energy is fine in here.
Close to here, there is a biome that it is worth checking out.
Ooh, metal salvage.
Just have to figure out which direction it is because I don't think I'm remember.
I like that the metal salvage now is just 1 slot of in our inventory rather than the classic 4.
I wish it wasn't. I kind of wish it wasn't. Oh, dive elevator.
Oxygen.
Uh-oh. Hang on. Gotta get some water out of me. There we go. I have no idea where you are.
You mean water or air?
Air. I need
Water out of you?
I have to follow the arms of one of the angel combs.
Ah,
I don't
okay.
remember where the other one is. Because I remember one of them just being literally in... like in the open. And it's close to the biome. Wait, this way.
30 seconds.
Found it.
Oh, okay. Oh, these look colorful.
Where are you?
Right. Interesting.
Oh, so you are looking for this. This funny plant.
Necroly. Sounds like a kind of new pasta shape.
Grant,
Hmm? Oh.
you're looking for this.
Okay.
That took way too long to figure out that this is what I was looking for.
Okay.
It's worth getting more before we do anything else, honestly.
It is a bit of a distance away, so...
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Oop, hang on. Nyom. My inventory is full.
Nice. What other junk did you pick up along the way?
It's not junk, it's resources.
If it's resources we don't need, then it might be junk.
What do you mean it's resources we don't need? It's always resources we need. There's no such thing as resources we don't need.
Let me get into this base. I don't remember. I think we can, but I usually cannot remember how to get inside them.
30 seconds.
Alrighty, so we got what we need, so we're going to the hot base.
Yep.
Nyom.
Let me explore this wreckage that was over here. Because I did manage to find my way in.
Ooh, Pioneer program. Nice.
Fucking rat. Just climbing inside.
Nyom.
Oh, excellent. Absolutely. Oh, never mind. I found something good.
Oh, what'd you find? Hey, nice.
Very good. Yep.
Where'd you find
Give me a
that?
second, it's like- yeah, in the wreckage. In that biome.
How do you get into it?
Yeah, there was a tiny ass hole that was being covered up by one of the biofilm.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it was a very small hole. There's usually a way to get inside these things. You should always try to get inside.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, on my way back.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so...
Soon we will have the things to make... thing. Yes.
Alright, so Rebreather requires fiber mesh and a system chip, and fiber mesh requires fiber and strong acid, and I can't make strong acid from here, I imagine.
Make a processor then. Or are we going back to first base to use the processors there?
Let me make a processor. 1 second.
I am back.
I'm gonna add fish recipe to my hand.
So we can do gold ingots, strong acid, 1, 2.
How much strong acid do you want?
I'm making 2.
I have a lot. I have 15 on me right now.
Why won't it let me put... It won't let me put the titanium away for whatever reason. I got titanium stuck in my inventory, but it won't let me put it away. Alright, I'm gonna at least make the repair tool,
Is this
because
a
I know
lag
that's...
situation?
The dual mode repair tool combines plasma arc welding and fabricator assist to handle bulk or precision repairs. Though optimized for dry welds, it performs acceptably when wet.
There we go, crafting. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's constructing it underwater.
Yep.
Oh my god, it almost looks like the sea moth.
So, hold on. Hold on, before you go anywhere.
Yeah, hang on.
If you exit out for a bit.
I'm putting it in the tadpod. There we go. There we
At the back of the tadpoles, there are hard points that you can attach to. You can attach a locker to it.
Oh.
So you get extra storage.
Nice.
Also, I can actually join you.
There we go. Hang on. So we can do upgrades as well, but I'm imagining the upgrades are not available from here. No, they are not. Cool.
I mean, have we found any upgrades?
Nah, I wasn't too sure if making the thing would then create upgrades available to us or anything like that.
Sometimes it does, but not this instance. Alright.
Yeah, it's not letting me put the... See if you can put them in the storage thingamadoog. Alright, so to make the rebreather, I need fiber mesh and a system chip. Okay, cool. So system chip
that is strange. What?
is required. There's a wiring kit. Fiber mesh requires fiber and strong acid.
Yeah, why is it not doing it? That's so strange.
Yeah, just a bit. Alright, I'm gonna put the fiber into process so then that way you have access to it. And then nature is... Oh, fish goes into fish. And then...
This is the weirdest thing I've had to do, but I mean...
Yeah, might as well.
If it works, it works.
Which fiber mesh do I need? 2. Okay.
The rebreather scrubs
have
carbon
titanium
dioxide from
storage now,
exhaled
and
air,
this one should work
recycling
for some
wasted
reason.
oxygen for reuse.
Not sure why that happened, but okay.
There we go. Now I can put those away. We don't have enough room for all the metals. Quartz doesn't go into metals anymore, it goes into quartz.
Nice. Which is sticking out of the wall for some reason. I am not questioning it.
You can fix that if you want.
No, I can't fix it. Every time I try to put it next to the wall, it tells me that you can't do that.
Okay.
Like, it says that it's obstructed, but I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's nothing there, buddy. What are you telling me? What are you saying? It's obstructed. Hello?
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 Yeah, it just won't... Now I can't put stuff into this thing. Like... Yeah, I can take stuff out, but I can't put it in.
I can't do that either. That's interesting.
Alright, is there a way to do, like, a bug report? Hang on. Give feedback.
Yeah. Should be F8.
We're already breaking the game as it is.
It should be buggier in multiplayer than single player, to be honest.
Yeah, how do you feel? Dink, what happened? I
feel perplexed that this is happening.
not issue with something else. Location, very cool event happened here. Had major performance issues. I was confused here. This locker in multiplayer wouldn't let me deposit things, but I could withdraw. I swear I know how to spell withdraw. There we go. Feedback submitted. Thank you. All right, so wait, can we both go into the tadpole?
You... Okay, if I ride the tadpole, there should be handles at the side you can latch onto.
Yep. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so someone is driving and everybody else is a passenger. I'm gonna let you drive though. It is your game.
You're letting him drive?
Yes. He's got a driving license, I don't.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Oh, what was that?
All right, let's see what this baby can do.
It's really cool though because like I can see the way you're driving. It's I could judge, but nah. You are the driver.
I'm just doing some little scenic, like, small turns here. Is there a way for me to, like, tilt left, like, my thingy-majiggy left and right?
Move your mouse. Whee. Oh, right. I should make a rebreather, but it's too late now. We're away. Well, at least I'm getting oxygen from this,
Yeah, that's a good
side panel
thing.
here.
Ooh.
Derelict structure. Echo analysis detects a precipitous silence. Be alert for a sudden drop in the seafloor.
Any way for me to park? This is the tadpole thingy-majiggy. To tadpole pens. Hey, there we go.
I am not going there. Goodbye.
What? Oh!
Goodbye.
Oh, okay. Ow. Okay. Let me just... Where'd you go?
Inside.
Oh, okay. Oh, a scout ray chassis. Interesting. Small crate recipe. We already did the trash cans. I can do a already done a processor. Is it going for my... Oh. What are you doing in there?
I need oxygen.
Oh.
Yeah, because I don't have a rebreather.
Alright, let me park a little closer.
Go on. Go on. Go on.
Tadpole pens. Here we go.
I need to sit inside this because I can't restore enough oxygen from the sides.
Oh, my opponent surrendered because I had too many outs.
Alrighty, let's have a look. So we already got the tadpole fragment. Dining table, dining chairs, I already got. The Noah behind this control... The Noah behind this door controls the tadpole clamps. The door is locked by a Purutali level passcode. We can't risk any other rogue chits into the protected zone. Relations with the segments are bad enough already. If you'll need medical clearance from me and someone from What's-Mahuzi to... Cool.
Key code required.
I'm sorry,
Under extreme circumstances, your scanner can rip access codes from the black boxes of high-ranking colonists. Heat warning.
Cool. Alright, alright, let's have a look. Oh, that's another tadpole.
30 seconds.
Ew.
Oh, what am I playing? A game that people shouldn't be playing.
Game that people shouldn't be playing.
It's like how people play League of Legends. This is my League of Legends. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Yeah, they're playing a TCG.
You know, when everyone has a game that they hate playing, but they play it anyway.
Bitch is just harassing me. I love that. You're protecting it inside, but I'm like, damn.
Heat warning.
Higher than 100 degrees, you start. I think you start doing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, it's sexy golden boy. What am I gonna do against this thing?
Is he maybe in there?
Is it worth checking out?
Because it says I can rip the code with my scanner from a black box.
Yeah, but you need to find the person who has it.
Yeah, that.
Alright, enough of that, buddy.
Oh, hello. Meow. Tadpole Ops Guide.
And St. Bates Ganaú to all lovers, pukers, printouts, and other non-pilots. I am the senior of 2 qualified drivers in this mess. You will listen to and obey our instructions or lose your tadpole privileges. Rule 1, if you qualified on the Sea Moth or Space Moth, you should be ready to handle a tadpole. Rule 2, if you did not qualify, you will need training under Bosun's mate robot or myself. This is not optional. Rule 3, mind your trim, mind the current, mind your
I'm
heat.
just above.
Remember, the tadpole is not actively cooled. Rule 4A, our tadpoles were configured for the Zazuran aquifers, so they come in a minimal config. Plug the core into a chassis. If you need to enter a cramped space, you can detach the core. Rule 4B, but always bring your chassis home. If you forget one, you will be visited by your disappointed
Get
ancestors.
grabbed.
Rule 5, respect the crush depth. If you need to go deeper, you'll need a depth module. Rule 6,
Are you okay?
keep
Yeah, I'm
an eye on
good,
your
I'm good.
power and ear on your
just
noise. My dear
try-
husband, who
not
never
finding
will
the
yet
thingy.
print more than one of,
Although I-
monitors
for like-
all
It's not
full
here.
traffic on sonar. So do the things out there which love to crack
titanium
hard
ingot.
shells and get at the meat inside.
Okay, now I
Run
need
out
some.
of power, Ganzo might be able to hear you screaming before they find you. Rule 7, have fun. This is your chance to visit the elevated spiritual plane where pilots dwell. P.S. If you want to hear awful recordings of me dying, come by the scanner room when my husband isn't there.
Okay.
We'd have to explore this entire region to see if we could find the black box.
Actually, hang on. Let me just head back to the... So, because that's where the tadpods are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how deep can we go? Because it looks like... Okay, so 200... It's a little concerning that I can't see it now.
Yeah. You might want to turn off your light.
Oh, shit.
Aboard, Captain.
What the... Ow?
It is directly above us.
Oh, okay.
What is your plan for this end of financial year sale, Zeebs?
There's an end of financial year. Also, hi there, Queen Pixel Kaiju. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. It has been a long-ass time. It has been a long time. I'm currently playing Subnautica 2 with Jack the Crow, while Blue is not playing Subnautica with us.
You mean being a non-contributing member to society?
Non-contributing member to the stream. To the society, I think you have a job and you're paying rent and such like that. I feel like that's contributing to society.
Okay.
Well,
What?
Driving the tadpole and trying to run away from that thing is less terrifying than you holding onto the side. Witnessing it come closer.
Noted. You were absolutely scared shitless. Oh,
Return to the life pod at your convenience.
yep, okay. Just straight up at this point.
What do you mean straight up?
Just going up to the surface, because I'm gonna get to the Noetta thingamadoog. Meow.
I mean,
Also, I'm kind of curious, is it gonna jump out of the water? Oop.
yeah, a little bit.
Nice. Yeah,
What?
just a little... Yum. Vom. Yum.
Wee. Wee.
I wanna turn. I wanna turn.
Hold on. Oh dear God.
Here we go. Wee. Wee. Wee.
This is the funniest form of entertainment.
It is. It's
could
but here's the
ever
thing.
have.
It's fun. It's like when you have the air ladder and you're just like jumping up and you do a 360 no scope. But yeah. Oh! I'm getting some artwork, by the by. There was a oh, hang on. I need to also repair this thing when I have a chance. There we go. And then storage, grab all you.
Welcome aboard.
Dink. I'm getting some artwork from like a dude that does like, you know, very muscular furries and what have you. It's in the works is what it is. It is and they are, I don't know if anyone in this chat is familiar with them, but hang on a second. Exclamation point, shout out Ryoku_7. They were doing some artwork of my Zeebs. I was meant to I did that incorrectly because it's a clip shout out. Hopefully this works. Yeah, it worked. Now, does it do the art? No, it does Helldivers. Oh my god, they've modified Helldivers. Look, it's their model in Helldivers.
Nobody saw that.
Amazing.
So yeah, they are doing
Wow.
they are doing some artwork and such like that. I wasn't able to like watch their stream when they were doing the artwork because unfortunately, I was in the middle of work when they were doing it. So yeah, I didn't have that opportunity. All right, can't move more items in the inventory. Can't put anything of nature in there. I'm gonna put the titanium ingot in here, and then I don't have any fish to give. There's all that quartz in there. Strong acid, I'm gonna put into the processed. And I need to drink some water and have some food. There we go. Alrighty, and then what's in here? There we go. Alrighty. What can I add in here? Actually, you know what? You know what? Good. Let's get a light source in here real quick. Just so then that way we can see, and then that was just a coincidence that I was able to get that. All right. So no requires copper, and then all right. I have an idea for.
Welcome aboard.
All right, I'm gonna do something real cheeky. I just constructed these thingamadiggies under my base, and then I'm immediately moving them into the place that gives us, there we go. How much power do we have in the base now?
80?
Nice, nice.
That's a lot.
How about now?
92.
30 seconds.
All right, should be good. Should be good.
Oh. I see we have a
Welcome
problem.
aboard.
What's up?
Yes, hammerheads.
Oh
The
yeah.
hammerheads are very territorial, so they do not like the tadpole. There are, I'm not even joking, 3 under our base staring at your fucking
Oh my god.
tadpole. It's really funny.
Yep, I see him. I see him. All right, so what do we do with them? Because they're just.
Okay, we can't do anything about that. I'm trying to see if I can piss them off enough to Could we just stun this guy completely? This is such a funny problem to have, though.
It's such a unique problem. I love it. Bam. There we go.
Oh dear God.
Stop getting territorial with our.
With the baby.
Welcome aboard.
I can go get some fish so we can turn them into tamaki.
Oh my god, the audacity of these things. Alright. Dink 6 and interior facilities. Let's see. So power site requires copper and wiring kit. Battery requires copper wire and. Alright.
I did make myself a rebreeder.
Yep, all good, all good. Alright, so I need copper and copper wire. Alright. Gonna need to get some copper. Are they still dealing with the fuck? Yeah, they're still dealing with the fucking tadpole. The territorial bastards.
Or they just look enamored by it, I don't know. Ooh, what is this fancy thing, you know?
They're just like, ooh. Hi there, Grin. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm having a wonderful time. I'm playing it with Jack the Crow right now because I am an idiot and I need all the help I can get in trying to navigate the seas.
You're not an idiot, you're doing fine.
So, alright, so we can get way more silver, but it's not necessary. Ah.
30 seconds.
Get silver? Okay.
No, do not get silver. We need copper. Alright, my inventory is now full, so...
Oxygen.
Now the question is the tadpole getting damaged?
Welcome aboard.
Hopefully not.
I mean, you can check.
Let's have a look, let's have a look. Doesn't say. Oh my gosh. Alright, here we go. Alright. Oh, it's saying an error.
Error. Thank you for the hyper himbo grid.
There's an error.
Yeah, when I was trying to do something with it, yeah.
The Neurosec advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Okay, Noah.
And then quartz. And then copper wire can go in here. And then
Restock the pantry, by the way.
cool. Cool.
Look at all the 3 moon tamakis you can have.
Give me a few. I'm doing some stuff. Alright, so processed. You, and you. There we go. Alright. 6. Alrighty. Where is it? Here we go. Alright, so battery cell I'm gonna put on this side of the wall. And then power cell I'm gonna put in the moon pool. In the moon pool room, it's gonna go on this side of the wall. So we'll probably just need a spare power cell to actually utilize that to the best of our... Okay, I see what you're doing. 6. Go back to 6. Reload. Put you. Fresh battery in you. Go. Alright, power cell requires 2 basic batteries, which we don't have. So it requires copper. Half moon, sugar of Saturn. If you like a +1, let me know. I'll be vibing in here, drawing things and stuff. All good, all good. Me and Jack right now. Now, what is it that we're doing next?
We can make the scout wing chassis if you want to.
Oh, okay.
You need a plasteel, which we need lithium, which they should be in the hot area. Oh boy.
A steel and a dedicated core. Okay. Oh boy. Alrighty.
We need lithium. We need the dedicated. What was it? Dedicated core?
Yep.
Oh, we can make a dedicated core.
Yeah, might as well work on that one right now. I'm gonna head back to the life pod and see what Noah has to say about us doing things.
Gotcha.
Yum. Yeah. You was randomly playing with Dazzy, even though our connection was poor today, which caused some funny outcomes. Oh, what were you playing with, Dazarus, Grim? Because I know, like, Dazzy, like, plays, like, a lot of different games within the one stream, so... Was it, like, Subnautica 2 as well, or was it a different game? Oh my gosh, we're so far away from it. I can grab you. And then grab you. Go. Zip?
We may have found patient 0. Lead Salvor Zipora Malk, down at the bottom of a geothermal cave.
Oh.
We've found so far. Perhaps because it's too deep for anyone to retrieve. But they tried, investigator. There are 9 other black boxes down there. Something went terribly wrong.
He was playing Subnautica 2 as well. Ah, okay, okay.
One more thing. Zip's black box signal indicates she never reprinted. Code Z66. Her download was rejected by the biobed due to viral contamination.
But I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there because you need to see what it is.
Alright, well, let me head back to the... Man, I should have taken the tadpod for the... Hang on. Grab you, grab you, grab you. So I'm grabbing, like, different fishes and what have you.
Yep, no worries.
So, because, yeah, you were, like, doing a lot of... Don't grab titanium while I'm at it. Yum. furniture goes into here. And then titanium goes into here. Alright. Alright, let me just grab some food. And some water. Alright, you ready to join?
Give me a second. Yep, come in.
Yep, tadpole is totally fine.
Welcome aboard.
Have you seen the Great Mall before?
The what now?
The Great Mall.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It is kind of somewhere in this game, and I just don't exactly know where the location is because it's not exactly specified anywhere.
Uh-huh. Alright, so Zip's black box is like 400 meters down, so we're gonna have a bit of a hard time trying to get to it via this guy with the tadpole. So... just a little look-see. So I've already grabbed the stuff from there, at the very least. And then there was some... is this a base I already explored?
You've been here.
Yep. Ow. I am an excellent driver, don't you worry.
You were the one with the driver's license. I don't know what else to tell you.
Exactly. You love the floor skimming mod, you go much faster as long as you're near the ground. Oh, yeah. Alright. So... let's see. Another wreckage here from the looks of it.
Small wreckage.
Small wreck. Oh,
I
okay.
think if we keep following this route, we might see the Great Mall. It's somewhere in this region. It's the only place I can think of right now that we can get lithium from, aside from exploring the flashing is causing me to be like, oh, there it is.
What the fuck is... what?
Let's get it.
Okay. What are you doing?
There is some lithium in there, isn't there?
I don't know. I can't scan it. Doesn't look like there's any way for me to...
Yeah, I see one right now. Oh, this is so risky.
Lithium is useful in manufacturing portable
I got one.
high-yield power sources.
If you'd like to experiment on what it does.
Hey, a portable oxygen generator!
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Did you get any other lithium?
I got 2.
Okay.
I don't
Just don't touch the tendrils when you're exiting.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get in, so that's all.
No worries.
Alright,
Oxygen.
shit. I need to inhale this, and then...
30 seconds.
There we go. Did you scan the creature though?
I wasn't able to... Oh, there we go. Great jaw. Oh, you called it Great Mall. That's not the same.
I mean,
Vor enthusiast over here, just being like, "Oh, the Great
okay,
Mall."
fine. You wanna see what it does?
Oh, you say.
You wanna see what it does? Because I could just activate it. And unfortunately, it is very slow, so... Did it stop closing? That's interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Big mouth.
Hey, look, another tadpole fragment.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, this is one of the places you can get some lithium. Not a lot, but
Yeah.
some.
yeah, I was able to get like 1 or 2 pieces. So
I did get one, so... I mean, we have plenty.
wee.
Woo!
Oh. Okay, that's kind of funny that there's just like a wall here.
I mean, you can go through it.
I'm not.
I don't wanna die if you
No,
don't
we're
want-
not going through it. I know how this game works when it decides to be like, oh, big drop off. Alrighty. Nyom. Here we go, here we go. I'm just kind of in awe of like the look of all this. Alright, now we're in the geo thing. Alright. And then... Oh, look, lithium.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
There we go.
Pow!
Kapow. And then the little oxygen thing here.
Oh, there's the base down here.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Hot Cave Base Camp.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Easy, easy, you're back.
Oh, Twinkle! Oh man, I gave my air to a dead crab.
You all lost it. I think the hot water triggered your maze field.
Is everyone okay?
No?
Ooh, interior walls. Interesting.
No, how bad?
Noah marked everyone after you. Do not reprint. It's just us now.
Oh,
Power storage. Oh, that will be good. We just need to find another piece of power storage then.
print? No way.
Somewhere.
No way.
No, not here. I'm sorry.
I gotta go find her.
Okay, yes, I'll come with you. Where do we start?
If she resets, she'd print in Sleep Bay 3. But
They lost someone down here.
it takes days
Her
sometimes.
name was
I've
Sid.
never been outside before, Ganzo.
She
I'm not
became
adapted. I don't even have
irreversibly
stairs.
contaminated,
We
and
can't.
she had to be reset.
I can't
Twinkle,
make you wait days.
758.
Not if I'm
Everyone's
unreliable.
gone.
We have to find the Jubilee.
We'll come back for her, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll come back.
Titanium. Alright, so that's the hot base. Supply crate has nothing in it.
We did not find, in case you're wondering, we haven't found the key that we need.
Yeah, no, fair. There wasn't any body in there or anything like that, so...
We're looking for a black box anyway, so we're gonna just keep looking. A lot of people died in here.
Caution. Monitoring 10 colonist black boxes in the cave.
10! Fuck.
This is a high mortality work site.
Probably because of all the heat.
Damn.
Alright, let me find someplace cool to keep this thing, so then that way... Oh, and it looks like there's a little air pocket up there, so...
Very good, very good.
Alright, Oh,
We'll just look around.
yep. Look at that. Another, What's this? Oh, so that's an oxygen thingy. Oop. Staggered mephit. Okay. And then...
Oh, I found one.
It's stuck. Just go ahead. Find the key.
This is
I'll
not the
reprint
person we're looking
somewhere.
for.
Mm-hmm.
Please tell Mom I'm sorry.
Ooh, hello.
Fridge worm. A worm?
A worm? Oh, a thermal plant. Okay, you still got the. So that's one piece out of the way. Oop. First aid
Oh, I
and
need to go
water.
into this fucking hole. Holy shit.
Hang on. I'm just doing my little.
I'm on a tight lava.
Look at that.
Don't see that on the surface. Zip was holding out on me.
Roof pump. What?
That's a decoration piece.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
Oh, don't worry, it got me too. I was just like, "Ayo, this sounds useful." And then when I looked at it, I was like, "Oh, it's just a fucking decoration piece."
All right. Sulfur. Donk. What am
I
I?
need to collect more sulfur, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, fair, fair.
Gold might be useful, but you know, copper is always nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll pick up some copper.
All right, so there's some water. Raiders! Hi, welcome! Who raided us? Who was it? Psyche Celeste. Hello. Ah, thank you there, Jack. Welcome, Raiders! My name is Grant. I almost said Jack. Raider! Oh my god, there's more Raiders! God damn it! Not the mango titties? What do you mean not the mango titties? Do you not like the Wampa fruits? It's a shirt that I'm wearing. Welcome, Raiders! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer, and someone went and stole my shirt. Blue! Why are you gonna be stealing my shirt when we got Raiders? We got raided by...
I don't
you
care
up.
what gender you are.
Oh my
Put
god.
on the maid outfit.
Thank you for dressing me, Blue. But yeah, welcome. I just go through games that are either in my backlog or brand new. This is one of them. We're going through Subnautica 2. I am getting a little bit of help from Jack the Crow, an artist.
Why are you gonna introduce me like that?
What? Okay, Jack the Crow? What? As opposed to Jack the Crow? That crow? Look at this fucking bird over here.
That fucking bird, yeah, that'll be fine.
That
Don't
fucking
worry about
bird over there, and
That
then
fucking bird that I hate.
and then blue Foxy Nicey Icy, a streamer that goes through games of nostalgia, but only Nintendo.
What do you mean only Nintendo?
It's nothing but Mario and nothing but Donkey Kong. Nothing but Professor Layton. Alright, where in the world are the bodies? But yeah, let's see, so Psych Celeste was doing some just chatting. It didn't do a shout out for Takumi, because unfortunately Takumi raided in just as soon. Let's see, Takumi was also just chatting. Okay, alright. What were you chatting about? Gonna lurk because deep water kills me inside. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the stream. Not to worry, Takumi. When in doubt, just suplex. Hope you've been having a great time in Subnautica. It's been fairly good. We did some repo and then some of the new House Flipper 2 DLC, and we watched some cooking videos. Ah, a nice variety of things within the one stream. Oh, hell yeah, dead coral crab. I've lost my footing. I have no idea where the fuck I am. Ooh, salt.
Unfortunately, I cannot ping you.
What do you mean? It's middle mouse button.
30 seconds.
Like you just.
And also,
Wasn't thinking about that ping. Never mind.
enjoy the lurk, Takumi. Go rest up.
Enjoy the lurk.
Have a good rest.
Alright, I'm just gonna run straight for the tadpole.
Heat danger.
Yep, I feel the heat danger, don't you worry. There we go, and then...
I did find a place, but I think you need to see it.
Alright, hang on.
Get some air first. I need to find that place again. There's like a fucking hole in the wall. Oh.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, this is it. This is it.
This is the place. We should live down here.
Ah.
Cuba, you want new flavors to cook? The jelly rings are full of sap. It tastes like fermented caramel. Dr. Wu, the vent organisms are primary producers. No light needed to grow them.
Jeez, all my
Nutritious,
stuff's coming from
sustain
WA.
Sean, the rock force fractures go down into volcanic bedrock. Don't you want to see how far? So
The
if
black
you and
box
your
is right
minions
here.
are so tough, you should try living in boiling water. Mantis, boss, you wanted a safer place to park the biobeds? Right here. And it's got free geothermal power. Sophie, you're afraid we'll provoke the tailings? Well, I've been visiting for weeks, and they'll never come down here. They're afraid of it. Nahima, I'll you hate
Okay.
this place, because it means you're wrong.
Hey, we got the access key now.
Fit for humans. We can thrive here. Come down and see. I can hear the whole planet.
I can hear the whole planet.
Yeah, that's not concerning at all when you're in a planet with like some weird like crab bio like infective fungus looking purple tendril things.
I knew it. Everything will return to crab.
Everything returns to crab. Alrighty, so we found all that. So now we just need to get out. But it looks like there's another Oh wait, no, that's an entirely different angel comb. Never mind. Alright. Yum.
Oh yeah, on Steam they're having a sale on all ocean-based games.
I also saw them doing a sale on Warhammer. That was one of the other things they were doing because there was like a lot of Warhammer 40k like announcements and such.
I heard it's coming to Helldivers.
Yeah, that was one of the other things they were doing. All right, so
The Horus Heresy.
nah, it wasn't Horus Heresy. It was just 40k. So I imagine it's gonna be.
Investigate the pens again.
Sorry?
We can investigate the pens again.
Yeah, we can. I'm making my way over there right now.
Oh.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, head is flash, and I'm homebound. Bum 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 bum.
A completely fictional story about a city inside a whale.
Ooh,
Tailings
Tailings Village.
Wait, that's a game.
Oh, hello. So, the tailing is a species? Question mark? Looks
There
like
were mentions that there were species here.
Pioneers in a first
like another
contact
species
scenario
here.
face two
Another repair-
terrifying possibilities. That they are alone,
This one.
or that they are not.
uh-huh. And then a coral jar. Axum. Cool. Interesting.
Hailing drum.
Ooh.
Oh, a bunch of decorative stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, very nice decorative stuff when you think about it.
Yeah, that's kind of good. Kind of nice.
Hailing chests. 30 seconds before I...
Nope.
Coming. Oh, nice. Oh, God. Yeah, I can't grab on if you're moving around like that.
Ah, okay. You're on?
Yeah, I'm gone. The Houndgar is trying to charm me, apparently.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah.
Half room data. And a tailing table.
Tailing jar. Hanging jar. God, this has got to be the most aggressive marrow.
Ow!
Fucking baby is just like growling.
Baby's growling. Ow! Fuck off.
I
Ow!
think I saw a hound guard just go flying in the distance. Oh my god.
Nope,
You good?
tadpole. Tadpole fragment I already got. Survivor's waypoint number 3.
Survivors of habitat. Everyone sound off. We are going down into the hot cave. We'll rally at the base camp and sink
Oh.
the biobed. Then, we search for Zip's Korotaiki. As deep as we can go. If we feel like
Ah, this would have been another way of getting down into the Watsamahuzi, I think.
right. Maybe the planet will tell us where to go
Probably
next.
actually.
One way or
Because
another, we are
the
all going
marrows
to live.
are literally aggressively
Even you,
bumping
Hero.
into it.
Ah, okay.
I'm coming back for you.
Alright, let me repair it. There we go. Alright.
Because like I want oxygen, but I don't want to. You latched on?
Yep, I'm latched on. Let's go.
We're just gonna go straight for the tadpole pens.
All good. It's a good plan. Yeah. Ah.
Shut the fuck up, Carl. Oh my god.
Ah, you know, it's a little bit easier to see in the daytime. Alrighty. Alright,
Yo.
letting go.
Fucking marrows.
And
Goddamn.
then opening the storage. I'm gonna...
Doors open.
Oh, yep, cool. On my way, on my way.
Scout Ray poster.
Lab chairs. Oh, there's a lot of Saroon nonsense.
Some jars.
So they've been taking shit. And then...
There's air up here.
Okay. And...
A biobed.
But I can't use the
talk to
biobed.
Talk to Noah.
Alright. Boot Noah, let's have a look.
I see. There's a ghost here in that biobed.
What? What do you mean there's a ghost?
That ghost. It can't do anything else.
Oh?
You can't get them out of the bed. Understand? There's not.
God, already? Wait a moment, don't go. I just have to find my... I've lost something. Where is it?
Who are you?
Sophie Boucher. Who are you?
I'm the qualified investigator.
So Noah sent you. Noah's still online, that's good. There isn't much time. Have you met me already? Did I stop Naima?
I found that name on a bomb.
Then I did stop her, did I? Damn it. Damn it. She's going to kill everyone. We have to stop her. God. What if we're the last ones?
Can you explain who you are?
The surgeon. They trusted me to keep them alive and I couldn't. This planet. It poisons you. People couldn't take it. There was a riot. I knew Nahima planned it. I knew she had to be stopped, so I followed her. But I left an image of myself in a biobed to tell the others. Oh God. Is that me? I'm Sophie's ghost. Maybe I'm dead.
I unfortunately read this faster than the dialogue. The last what?
Last human in the universe. You remember? Don't you remember? Low memory.
What the hell?
Why don't
The
you
last
do that
anywhere?
for me? You were there when the Kara came. The hives. The monsters. They sent in the frontiersmen. It was war. The children in my clinic would sing. When the vents start hissing, someone goes missing. Only soldiers come back when they die.
Warning. Low memory. Reducing vivarium resolution.
We were losing. Altera sent out ships to make deep space colonies Mongolian style. In case the Kara broke through the cordon and ate everyone. We might be the last survivors of the human race. And that's why Nahima wants to kill us.
Where are we?
We woke up in Sleep Bay 3. No cicada, nothing but ocean. We aren't on Zezura. The stars are wrong. There were always rumors the biobeds were alien technology Altera found on Riley's world. What if the cicada found another hint of those aliens and chased after it? Some things are more important to Altera than a colony. Even the last colony.
What was she trying to
I
do?
was trying to stop her from killing you. You and everyone else. She's obsessed with the tree. You've seen it sitting out there like a gigantic virus injecting itself into the world. The tree takes control of all other life, forces it to serve. That's the Maysfield syndrome. A viral obsession with the tree and its organs. And the way Nahima serves it. Because she's a jaded burnout who thinks eels are more important than people. She's brilliant, but she's always been a pain in my...
Warning. Low memory. Reducing effective range.
She would tell you that our only future on Proteus is an endless cycle of digital reincarnation and debt slavery. So she'd rather have no future at all. I would tell you she's off her antidepressants and rotten with Maysfield.
Do I have Maysfield?
Warning. Critically low memory. Vivarium reset imminent.
Uh-oh.
Yes, of course. The core of the running tide is wild and clear, and it may not be denied. I think the tree made the proteovirus, and proteovirus is in everything. Every living cell. You're infected the moment you touch the water. You're going to hear voices calling you to the tree's roots. Eventually you'll fall into a trance and drown. You'll be fertilizer. A quiet sleep. I thought Maysfield would stop if we cleared the bloom from the tree's roots.
Oh my gosh.
But Nahima said that was a 4546B mindset. She said the problem was much bigger than one viral syndrome. I think she was right. The problem is bigger. Bigger than any living thing has any right to be. To end Maysfield, we have to destroy the tree.
Are there aliens here?
Yes, but the Maysfield destroyed them too. That's what I believe, at least. Some of them survived. They guard the ruins to the east. We call the site Karakorum. Maybe you can learn something from them. Some trick or cure. What will you do?
Alright, so to the east is something.
No, I'm not even real. Just enough of my brain to predict what I'd say. That's what I'm missing. Everything. The whole rest of Sophie Boucher. If you find the real me, tell her I did my best to be her. I'm not going to last much longer. Tell me, what will you do?
I'm gonna find the cicada.
Good luck. Even if you found it, even if it's intact, there's no way to wake up the sleepers. They'd starve, like we did.
The Jubilee?
Or go mad, like we did.
Fatal error. Out of memory. Vivarium halted. Fatal error. Out of memory. Fatal error. Out of memory. Fatal error. Out of
Ugh.
out of memory. Fatal error.
Serious? Yeah, and I can't speak to the ghost because it's out of memory. Shit.
Ain't nobody talking to that ghost.
It's just me, like, coming up with my own illusions of grandeur.
That might be early signs of schizophrenia. Chat might not be real.
No, chat is real. Don't be ridiculous. The bigger trick is the fact that I have, what did it give?
Seek caloric intake.
Maysfield. Yeah, the Maysfield could be what's, you know, doing the crazy nonsense. Although I need to eat something.
Yeah.
Is there anything here like an upgrade or? No, it's just tadpole fragments. All right.
We can head all the way back first.
Yep. All right.
Make that chassis.
Oh shit! Accidentally.
Oh.
Come on. Let me put you on the thing. Why won't you let me put you on the thing? Ah, there we go. 5.
There you go.
There we go. All right, and then pilot.
Aboard, Captain.
Why do you have to go to the surface?
Because it's fun. Thank you for the random t-shirt. Yum.
But you're not single.
Not a, okay, when I made this shirt, I was single. I'm sorry that I have to that you had to remind me that I have a girlfriend who gets to watch my streams and steal my shirt and absolutely loves me for me.
You know what? This shirt needs to be stolen right now.
The only time I get to check on stream and I'm like, but you're not single anymore.
Does this mean I have to get rid of like all of the shirts that are like funny, haha, he's not like single? I have to get rid of those now?
Now you just change it to like, I want a burger with single cheese.
Alright, alright, so we got plenty of thingies, so let me just open the power cell. And then we're gonna put you into charge. So we can put 2 of you in there, and then I have nothing to reload with, so...
I know for a fact that after work today, I think I may have huffed too much cocoa powder.
Oh, no.
Probably not a
you
good
okay?
idea.
I'm just like, this is why I hate chocolate.
We can definitely make the plasteel ingots. We just need, you know, the lithium.
Oh,
You didn't have to go through like over 15 bags of cocoa powder.
oh yeah,
Each
let me
bag
get
weighing
the
25
lithium I had
kilos.
from the back of the thingy. Hang on. Done.
I dropped off the lithium that I...
Welcome aboard.
Oh yeah, there's a power cell here. Okay.
Alright, hang on. Yeah, they're a little bit mad about the tadpod.
Welcome aboard.
Again?
Again. Yeah.
Again.
Again.
Damn.
What are you making right now?
Water.
Alright, change rest... Oh yeah, it's already at plasteel? Cool. Making 5 plasteel. Yeah, and there's no more room in the metals, so I'm gonna put you in here. And we got some fish. So yeah.
More than enough fish. Let's see, we cannot make tree moon tamaki because we don't have fibrous pulp. No worries.
Let's just get some fibrous pulp. We know where... I know where to go to get some pulp. Ooh, hello. More...
You mean fucking everywhere?
I'm just gonna get the different kind of fish. And then...
More fish?
Yeah, you can always do with more fish. What's wrong with having a little more fish? Oh, titanium ingot. Nice.
starvation.
Oh, I'm kind of starving. I'm gonna need to eat something.
Oh, bring Moon to Monkey.
I'm moving. I'm moving.
Oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
Half moon, 3 moon tamaki. There we go. And then nature. Okay, I got a lot of fibrous pulp now. I might have gotten too much.
Turn some into fiber, maybe. I'll probably use that for something in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Putting more lunch boxes in the food.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's make some... Let's make another storage
acid?
thingy. Ooh, we can make a tailing chest, a large storage chest. Can be constructed in water. Interesting. Looks kind of cool. I'm gonna put it in the other room, however, the moon pool, so we can put some random stuff in here.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so if you make anything from the fabricator and you don't have space for it, for some reason it just always makes half moon jerky no matter what you made.
Oh.
Yeah, there was like one half moon jerky on the floor and I was like, I'm pretty sure nobody made that.
Yeah. There we go. Alright,
With one plasteel.
yeah, it's taking a long time. Alright,
It's 2 minutes processing time.
Yeah, alright. Let's see. What's another room we can make? Actually, I can make an upstairs, can't I? Hang on. Oh, we can make power storage if we do the thingamajiggy.
Storage? Oh yeah, you should. But you need germanium or something.
Yeah, you can make that out of loads of things. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have the strong acid, so you can actually make the chassis now if you want to.
Nice. Give me a sec. I'm making some floors.
Nice. More floor.
Yeah, more floor.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, so we need a ladder. I'm gonna put you here. And then we're gonna do another ladder and put you here. There we go. And then let's do a window. Interiors, let's do go, and then climb up here. I'm out of titanium.
Of course you are.
Didn't think we needed a lot of titanium, but look where we are now.
Try again.
Give me a sec. Awesome, cool. Thank you. Alright, Tango. Thank you. Alrighty, and now I just need more glass.
We had so much glass before, but then...
We got quartz, don't we? Oh, we don't have a lot of quartz.
No, we don't have quartz anymore.
Oh my god, how did we use up all our quartz?
Why
we've
are you
used...
making like a 3-story building, bro?
Why not? You make it sound like as if I need a reason other than it would be cool.
I hate it when the house is too big.
It ain't too big. Alright, 5, so this is gonna go to the 5, and then 5, go, and then let's see. Oh, hello.
30 seconds.
Alright, silver, and there's some copper. Another piece of copper.
Oxygen.
Whee!
Make 1 germanium if you wanna do something with that right now.
Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. Where am I?
Where are you?
Where are you? Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm almost out of resources, out of space, so I'm gonna have to head back to use. Oh, I remember this. This required me to have a repair tool last time. And now I do. There we go. Look at that.
30 seconds.
Anomaly recipe. And a rebreather in here. Nice.
Biohacking chamber.
There we go. There we go. Alright.
Oxygen.
On we go. You know, I'm glad that I have you with me, because look at this base now. It's so much bigger, and we can put more things in here, and I just need to extend this room just a touch.
Welcome aboard.
How much extended do you need it to be?
Well, we just need to have like a little, like, you know, place to, you know,
my
have
God.
some, just have some privacy and just be like, yay, I'm going to bed and all that silly nonsense. All right.
Just giving me a nook.
You can have a nook. Alright, so there's a battery. We don't need rubber. Use of thingy, and then... Alright. Where is the power
Can make the
cell?
Scout Ray chassis.
Give me a sec. Yep. Oh, okay. So you've already got about. And then this one
And
here.
of course, the hammerheads are again assaulting our tadpoles.
Yep. All right. Chassis. Okay. Nope. What just
Yeah,
happened?
that's fine. You got attached to the thing.
Welcome.
Oh, it's an attachment. I thought it was a new thing. Okay, so hang on. So so there's no upgrades in this thing. So is it like faster or?
Yeah, faster and more agile.
Okay, okay.
I guess you can say that. Yeah.
All right. Put the overshooting nonsense in here, and then all right. You ready to go on another adventure?
Another adventure. Damn.
Another adventure.
Let me grab some water.
I got a water, I got a health kit, and I got 2 pieces of... Actually, there we go. Now I only have to worry about 1, although I will have some water. That way it's 100%, and now...
Did you empty out the box, by the way? Oh, there's just 1 grease in here. Hold on. Let me put that away. Not sure why you need the 1 grease in there, but sure.
It's probably something I just forgot to grab when I was full and such, so it's okay.
Gotcha.
Alright, and then...
The 1 grease.
Alright, Dink, so you can change over to that. You can change over to that. Oop. Sorry, I'm just like... And then dunk, and then grab 1 battery, so then that way I can have it swap in case of something going wrong. Alrighty.
Yeah, they're just really aggressively attacking it, which is really funny. I am not on it, by the way. Ow. Mango bit my ass, okay.
Alright, let's see what this is like when I go like this.
Woo!
That-
Actual airtime. Woo!
It's fun, isn't it?
Mhm.
Have we explored that particular thing?
No.
And I hear
Maybe
something in
coming.
there, so it sounds like there is something in here. So it looks like we need a...
Find a way in, which I don't remember how to get in this one. I think it's from the side. I think it's from the side. Oh yeah, it's on the side. Oh hi,
From the where?
from the side.
I...
See, there's a bio bed here.
Oh, okay, so hang on, so I was on the wrong side of its quote-unquote side. So you're... okay, I see.
Power cell terminal, rebreather, bio bed.
Half moon nonsense.
Then there is nothing else then.
Name a journal, go. I just dodged a marrow breach, and I feel like a god. Not a god, an animistic trickster. An ancestor of myself. This is what our bodies
Endurance
did before the
adapted
first
and
stage.
inventory expanded. Hell yeah.
Playing a game and winning. The most important game ever played. The damn thing is that I think the marrow breach was playing with me too. Oh, it would have eaten me if it won. But it was playing. Evolution has equipped it to enjoy its work. Like no human could ever enjoy filling out a loss report. No one wants to hear about the meaning in nature. The Mongolians have Tengri, the eternal blue sky, who ordered...
Oh, she going weird, philosophical, insane.
But did he save them from the Kara? No. Our sky is black, and we are done with gods. Capital has taught everyone that nature is a marketplace of violence, that natural selection is the same as competition, and competition is the key driver of evolution. And if I tell them that no, it's not like that, nature is not operated by the same logic as a publicly traded corporation, the cynicism slams down like a hatch. Everything is a job. Fitness is profit. Profit is life. It's a trap. And I'm going to find the way out.
Oh yeah, we were here before.
Yep. Okay, we're going to the alien ruins, right?
Yeah, which was...
I would like to recommend following the wall down, and then coming up at the other side. Because if you were to swim across like this, the Collector Leviathan will always get you.
First question is, where is the... Oh, there.
Yeah.
Ow.
Too much to the right. There we go.
All damage imminent.
I'm pretty sure you can just go across. I don't see it. Okay, no, it's far away. Yep. Hate this thing so much.
You good?
My fucking god. Yeah, I'm good.
Detecting artificial towers in this region. Echo analysis shows extensive damage to all but
Don't
one.
linger here. Don't linger here.
What do you mean? I wanted to scan the thing.
Yeah, I know, but don't linger here. He can still see you. Go up.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Up. Okay, now we're safe. Oh. God, I hate that fucking Leviathan so much. Holy shit. What a fucking weirdo. Look at him.
A
Go.
Carathan.
Look at it go.
Hmm. Alrighty, into the pod again. Ow.
I'm latched on. Oh, there's so much silver here. Holy crap.
Cabbage shoot root. Mm-hmm. No, can't do anything.
We could make it to the alien ruins.
Okay, alright, let me head to the alien
It's close
ruins.
by.
Alright, let me just... Now the question is, which way to the alien ruins? I lost track.
To the right.
Ah, there they are. I didn't realize I was that close.
Detecting powered fabricator systems and construction materials.
Oh.
Advise
They're not
construction of a
alien. These are
regional...
just
This is just our base! The
Yeah,
fuck is
exactly.
alien about this?
Oh, grow bed, grow bed.
Oh. Nice.
And grow bed. Oh, the second one's up here too. Nice.
Aquafarming can do more than turn carbon.
Ooh, a high capacity air tank now.
Consider growing lucifer rot sacks for light and oil, oxygen tunics to clear your head, or juvenile
Engine
science
efficiency?
for home defense.
Sorry, boss. What's going on?
Wait one. Ruby, it's Boucher. Are you with your tadpole?
Right outside, boss. What's up?
Go direct southeast.
Modification station? Hell yeah.
Until you find the cicada wreckage on the tall mesa. Flash your lights and make some noise. Ram it if you have to.
Copy. Steer southeast, 500 meters, same depth. Can I ask why?
Tuba Singh and men just printed back here. They were testing the upgraded scanner when Axum tailings attacked them, killed them, and took ISO. He's still alive. I've tracked his black box to the cicada wreck nearby.
Copy. Can't we just wait for them to...
Ow, what the fuck was that?
Nahima's super scanner. She'll murder me if I lose it. Try to scare the tailings off. I'll get a team out there to recover his effects.
Boss, I've picked up a couple tails. Looks like 2 adult needlers need to evade.
Boss, our tadpole has our only depth module.
Christ.
This is
Come
as
on,
far
Ruby.
as my pioneers
PD,
got.
log my conduct
They
here for
call this
Kurotai
area
review.
the protected zone. There are references in the logs you may wish to investigate.
Oh.
Pole with a depth module went down south-southeast, bearing
There's an air
165
pocket here
degrees.
if you need air.
Debris from a cicada lander module came down
Also a bunch of
bearing
materials.
120
I'm gonna
degrees.
bring this
A
back to
pair of
the...
smaller debris fragments splashed down at bearing 105. There's a supply
Okay.
cache somewhere below this base. I'll begin searching for black box signals in the region. One more thing.
Okay, so 165. So somewhere in that direction is a what's also. Oh yeah, we can breathe in here. Interesting. And then
Yeah.
set reprint point. Oh, fuck off. No.
I mean, if you want to.
All right, so to do a high capacity tank, or we need the standard tank and some plasteel ingot. Okay.
Well, at least I got some plasteel printing. I think we had like 2 or so. It would be best to get the... What was it? The depth module first before we do anything else.
Yeah, so there should be one just bearing 165 from the base, so somewhere down here. I'm gonna follow the cable that's down. Yeah, look, there's a little base here. Also, what the hell is... that's not scannable. More hydroelectric turbines. Improved fins. Hello. 1 of 3. Alrighty.
It goes down to a thermal plant, the cable.
Okay, okay.
30 seconds.
I'm gonna head back to the tadpole and bring that down with us. So... inhale, so then that way I can get... So yeah, because they said it was bearing 165.
Yep.
So, alright.
This thing goes down to 250, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. And look, there's another, tendril thing.
Tiny rock borer. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna take my leave because I need to go make some food.
All good,
That
all
way.
good.
It's on your right.
What is that?
Yeah.
Warning. Maximum depth
What's what?
reached. Hull damage imminent.
The fuck is that?
Oh, fuck. The mangoes are fighting back again.
Okay.
It's a needler mango.
Oh.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
The entire mineral mass of this tusk is bound by a layer of super strong collagen. If this tiny layer of cells can hold it together,
Oh, shit.
so can you.
I accidentally went through a thing, and now it's like putting me at crushing debt. Shit.
Yep, no worries. Could you stop for a bit?
All damage imminent.
I've been trying to chase you.
Oh, okay.
Yep, okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Alright, so...
The
Oh,
depth module is down there.
hang on.
Is inside the cave.
Oh, inside that cave. This cave?
Inside that cave. Yes, inside.
Alright, let me
This
just...
is the 160 that we're talking about.
Okay, okay. So, hang on, let's see. So... Oh.
Yikes. Yeah, the needler mangoes are gonna kneel that shit.
Observing the Axum tailings in the Karakoram ruins. My reprint site is base camp near the observatory. This time they killed me right away. They really don't like us coming into the ruins. They're obviously capable of communication and social behavior. Why are they so damn hostile? According to Nahima's research, we are the only life on this world not infected by the Protea virus. Maybe the virus provokes violence against the uninfected? I don't know. It feels too convenient. The natives hate us because they're sick. More likely, they have good reason to distrust humans. And they know we come back when they kill us. So, maybe they are communicating. Maybe they're trying to teach us. You cross this line, you die.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Going straight to the surface because I cannot fucking breathe. Oh, no. I am going to die.
Where are you?
Above. It doesn't matter, I'm dead. Back at the life pod. That's fine.
Oh. Weird tower over there.
It's alright.
I'm just gonna use the repair tool real quick.
Yeah, that area sucks, man. The mangoes are very, very, very aggressive.
Yep. So, Rosetta Stone. Okay.
Glyphs on this monolith present the same messages in 2 languages. The architect symbols known from 4546B and an unknown writing system designating alien language Axum Radial A. Translation underway. Locate examples of Axum language to test and improve translation.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, well, I have no idea how to get back to you unless I make my own tadpole, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. I am... Hey, look at that. There's a... Oh, so that's a tadpole whole chassis. Ow! Fucker.
Yeah.
Where's the upgrade module? Or do I have to scan these things multiple times in order to get the...
No, I picked it up.
Oh, you picked it up. Okay.
Yep. So we have the recipe for it now, but we need the modification station, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, alright.
Let me see if I can make it here in the base, since I'm at the base right now, at hot base right now. Yeah, I'm all the way here.
30 seconds.
Alright, let me make my way back.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Yes, we can make the modification station. Because for some reason it decided to let me keep the Celestine that I picked up. For the depth module, we need 3 Celestine, 2 enameled glass, and a system chip.
Yeah, okay.
I did drop off 1. No. Yeah, I did drop off a few Celestine, but it was only like 3 or something. I might have to go back and get my body again. It's fine. Let me see if I can get some quartz since I'm here. But I hear it screaming.
I may have decided to try and get back to you as quickly as possible by just growing as the crow flies.
Don't get grabbed.
Is there any way to change my camera angle to like third person?
Nope.
Would you believe me if I told you I survived and there has been no damage to the thingy?
Surprise. That's a good surprise.
I think it's because I was like just up on the surface, like just skimming it. It was just going boom, boom, boom.
Oh, maybe it was like fucking with its targeting. And I was like, where the hell are you? Oh, there you are. Wait, where the hell did you go? Hello, welcome back.
Good to be back. Alrighty, dock you.
Seek fresh water intake.
Picked up some quartz. I did pick up some enamel, creature enamel. So you should be able to make some enamel glass from that.
Yep. Dink, donk, sulfur goes in here. That's nature. This is processed.
Oh my god, there's so much sulfur.
Alright, so we can make. Hey, we can make the high capacity air tank now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make one for myself.
I've already made one, don't worry.
Nice, nice, nice.
120 minutes.
Glass and creature
seconds.
enamel. Alright. How much enamel glass did we need?
1, I think, for the
Okay.
module.
Alright.
But we still need Celestine. We don't have enough.
Okay, so we can do a depth module, and then there's an engine frequency, which requires Celestine and enamel glass. Okay, system chips. We need at least 2 system chips.
What do
So,
we need for system chips?
wiring kit and quartz. So we got
Okay.
wiring kits.
I'm just picking up quartz right now.
There we go, and then I can put you into the processed. Biofuel blocks? Okay. Dink.
Probably picked up more quartz than we need.
That's fine. I can use it to make mirror. I can make it windows.
We already made a face here. We don't need with the glass.
I didn't realize that. I'm gonna be real with you.
If you look outside, it's like it's got 2 eyes and a big wide ass mouth.
Alright, there we go. Optimize engine function in real time, reduce power usage by 20%. Cool. So, uses less of the thingy, that's fine. Grab the power cell. Swap it out.
Yep, we can make the engine efficiency. How many did you make? Just one?
Just the one. Wasn't gonna make too many.
So we just need to get the tadpole depth module.
Yeah.
Nice.
We got some lithium in here, creature enamel, and we don't need any lead, do we?
No, not really.
Alrighty then. I used up some silver, so I'm just gonna grab another set.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Return to a life pod at your
No, at our convenience.
Stomps foot. No, I don't wanna. Can't make me.
I don't wanna go to the life pod.
You're gonna die.
Alrighty. Picked up a lot of silver. Hammerheads are a little pissed.
Welcome aboard.
As they usually are, and we don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Why you mad?
Why are you mad?
Brother,
Who
why
knows?
you mad?
Who knows why they're mad? Alright. You can...
Oh! Hold on.
Alright, so wiring kits use copper wire, and so...
Fucking blimpfish is here. The Hysian.
Ah, okay. Zeebs can swim and hippos can walk underwater? No. Yeah. Hippos just doing whatever the fuck they want. Alright, I don't have any more room for the silver we have. Why is the power cell in here?
Well, I picked it up from the other base. We don't really have space for more.
Yeah, okay, okay. So 6, and then go 6. So we've already done all those. Time of day. Alright, I'm gonna put this upstairs. Oh, it requires enamel glass to use this. Fuck her. I'm not gonna do that. Power storage requires only germanium, titanium, and salt. We can make germanium over and over again, can't we?
We have two germanium right now.
Yep. So I'll just use one. Is that okay?
Use it for both. It's fine. It's the only thing. Germanium is used for the power storage only, if I'm not wrong.
Ah, okay. Alright, so that's been enabled, and then... power storage. So I'll have, like, 2 done. So then that way we get, like... There we go.
Nice.
So, in the daytime, it should hopefully get, you know, plenty of water. And then... Alright, floors and decor. We want... Let's put a dining table. Actually, not up here. Let's... There we go. Alright, and then... So we need fiber for the bed. Why are you using my, Tabitha, why are you using my Siri bot? What are you wanting with the bot? Also, do we have a lot of titanium? Not a lot. You're making a lot of water.
No, just fiber mesh. Putting it aside for now.
Yep. Okay.
Which means we're, I think, running low on strong acid again. The endless cycle. Oh wait, we have a fucking grow bed. Why aren't we using it? Hold on. Where do you want to make the grow bed?
Hang on a second. I need to. So 6, and then I need to do standard elements. All right. So if I wanted to do a room full size for the 3rd time, it would need to be.
Welcome aboard.
Hang on, I need to move a thing. Donk. Go. And then Half Moon requires a lot of glass. All right. You got quartz? All good. All good. I will.
Did you use up all the quartz already?
Maybe. Maybe.
Why do you like this?
I like things, okay? Sorry for being for like just expressing myself, Jack. I'm sorry that I express myself through these things. Let's see. Anything in here I can grab? Yep.
Give me a second. I'm coming back.
30 seconds.
Can't believe this, man. Just.
Oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
I just saw like the quartz go up, so we're gonna have plenty of glass now. There we go.
There you go. 5 more quartz for you.
Thank you. I've used them all.
5 more quartz for you.
Alright, hit 6. Alright. Half room. Here we go. Come up to the top floor.
I'm scared. What have we made? What have we done? Oh. Nice.
Alright, and now let's put in. So. Time of day requires your enamel, which is not a good idea. What? Yeah, okay. That's fine.
And a pioneer hull plate for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alright,
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your
Shut the
convenience.
fuck up, Noah. I don't care.
Oh, I'm out of fiber.
You're out of fiber?
Yeah, I'm out of fiber. What of it?
Fiber? Oh, okay. I'll go make more fiber. How much fiber do we need?
3. There we go. Alright.
There you go.
We now have beds, and you can choose, like, you know, however you want to, like, position it. So, and I've kept them separate to respect ourselves.
Could put like a wall in between, then it would be even more private with a door.
Yeah, okay. I need titanium, alright? Like, let's... Yeah, fucking poking...
God, we're always needing all this shit, don't we?
Yeah.
Why do you make it 2 stories tall, though? Oh,
So then the middle one can be used for, like, other shit. I don't fucking know.
like, what?
I don't
That's the thing,
know.
like,
We
what?
will figure it out when we build out more.
At this point, I'm more tempted to just go back to the other base and just dismantling it.
Yeah, that's probably actually the smartest idea, honestly.
We'll get a fuck ton of titanium back, actually. Actually, you should be able to just refund bases. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
but
can
what if
basically
it...
do refund bases.
But if we refund the base, what if it refunds the base that we've just been working on all this time?
It will... There is a way you can check, and it's basically like checking in which direction it's coming from.
So do I go to the base that I want refunded, or...
No. You can stand wherever you are. It literally has a button for look at, and it looks at the direction of the base that you want to get rid of.
Ah, okay.
But to be honest, I think it's the first... It should be the first option if you want to refund the first base.
Refund bases. Base 1. Yep, okay.
So everything inside that base should just be packaged into one box. The problem is trying to store everything after that.
Yep.
Yep, the base is gone.
I probably should have moved that into... Done that into the... Yeah, my bad.
Oh, that's fine.
Welcome aboard.
I'll just pick and choose whatever I can right now because holy crap. Okay, well, got a lot of fishes.
Well, we put him in the fishies.
Tamaki. Good. I do have biofuel blocks, which I don't know why I'm holding on to them. Why are you here?
Welcome aboard.
Oh my god, all the Lucifer rot sack, holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't have space for all this Lucifer rot sack, holy crap.
We'll just, you know, we'll make room. Man, isn't it great that we have a second floor that we can start putting more and more chests in?
Or... I mean, we have some biofuel.
Yeah, we
We
can...
have biofuel. We can literally just put down a bioreactor up here.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. Interior facilities. Bioreactor requires titanium.
We need a titanium ingots and 2 copper ingots, which I'm pretty sure is in the chest, but like, crap, we don't
We
really
need
have
a, like...
space for that now, do we?
Just gonna put all this in here, and then... Yeah, I should have done the base refund from within the base. Actually, is there some way for me to push it? No. Is there some way for me to push it? Yeah, there is.
Maybe.
Kind of. It's just really slow.
Really, really slowly. We're also getting like harassed by every Tom, Dick, and Harry, so that's always fun. Oh my god, I just picked up like a fuck ton of quartz.
Excellent. Here we go, chat.
Quartz storage is full.
Just start making some glass or start making things that use quartz.
Glass.
Oh, actually, check one of the chests on the second floor. There should be like my blaster thing. Maybe that will move it.
Blaster?
You know the sonic resonator?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I think it's working. I think my thingy-madiggy is... Like, I think it's getting closer.
Yeah, kind of. This is so awkward. Oh, that's all the titanium. Amazing.
Alright, excellent. We can start... Alright, I'm gonna get my sonic thingy-madiggy and see if that will help.
Welcome aboard.
The reason there's probably like so much quartz is because of the fact that I
A lot of glass.
I used not a lot of glass. I made a lot of blah 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 solar panels at the previous base, as you saw. All right.
You can still make them here if you want.
Yeah, hang on. All right, here we go. Here we go. Yep, that worked. Look how much distance it did. All right. There we go. It's in.
Very nice.
Uh-oh.
Do you knock it out of the base?
Oh no!
Where did it go?
Oh no!
What have you done?
Hang on. Let me,
Like your hesitant ums.
Can you like build from it? Or is it like... Because it was in the base,
No.
but now it's not.
Yeah, I can tell.
Now,
So where is it?
it's down there.
Welcome aboard.
A fucking wall? Are you kidding me? Oh, it is actually clipped into the wall. It was in the base. Why did you?
I wanted it closer, but for
Well, we can't get it back now.
No, we can. Don't you worry. There'll be a thing. Hang on.
Really?
Yeah, there will. There'll be like, there's probably just like a cave or something here.
No. Oh boy.
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Oh.
Did you get something?
I pressed unstuck hoping that would like move me, but it didn't. It didn't move the base refunds.
Yeah.
That was so much stuff. And ugh.
Yeah.
I reckon someone has done the little research on how to like clip themselves into a wall as well, though. So like,
What have you done? Oh dear God.
here we go.
30 seconds.
Hang on. Just let me head back into the thing real quick.
Oxygen.
Because I need oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
And then... Alright. Let's have a thing. Alright, Oh, okay, hang on. So, nah, that didn't do anything. You gotta admit, that's kind of impressive, what I did.
Maybe. Sure. That's the word we're using for it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate though, because like we can't get our stuff back.
We got
There was a lot of stuff too.
It was. You are correct, but you know, hang on. Settings, debug info.
I think it's a loss, Zeebs.
Aw.
Because there's not really much else we can do aside from
Welcome
good
aboard.
feedback. What our beacon clipped through the wall.
It is kind of funny that you can still hear it though. Is the thing. So, yeah, I don't see one titanium in there. There's gotta be a.
Seek caloric intake.
The temptations to refund this base.
No.
I'll do that in my own time. Like, I'll just do a separate save or something.
Seek fresh water intake.
I'd imagine someone would have done like a figure out a way to do a no clipping.
I mean, there are cheats. The question is, how is that gonna affect your game?
Give me a second. Ding dong.
We're basically like at this point.
Welcome aboard. Ever get old? Not really. Hey there, fat boy. We did like a thingamadiggy of like, hang on. So Subnautica to enable no clipping. Let's have a look. You can enable by using developer console. The easiest way. Okay, that's for the wiki. That's for below 0. And then for Subnautica 2.
Just realized there's no text function in this game. That's really interesting.
Yeah. Manage. You gotta use Nexus mods and shit like that, so...
Yeah. You might want to do that in your own free time.
I'll do that in my own free time. Lord knows, it's like...
I mean,
chat, it was so...
Basically get the,
it was
get
so
the stuff
funny.
Back, so...
Cause like,
yeah.
basically, cause like, I thought, like, the fact that it was like here, and I was like, yeah, cool, then it will just like do some ricocheting worst case scenario. Nope, it just decides to go right through, which was, let's be frank, very funny. So, I'm gonna do manual save. And then we're gonna exit the game. Save and exit. So yeah, so like yeah, this is probably we're gonna have to call it here because like number one, it's past 10 o'clock. And number two, I have work the next day. I have to be the unfortunate sucker that has to work on a weekend. It's my turn in the team to do a weekend shift, unfortunately. So gotta go and do that. So yeah. Also, my gosh darn it, Google Chrome. Why can't you just be normal? Why can't you just ugh. How evil. It's okay. It's okay. It does. For whatever reason, my Google Chrome has just not been having. It's not been doing things right. It's been having a bit of a time. I might honestly swap over to Edge at some point for my stuff. Twitch.tv, and then we head into my creator dashboard, and let's go manage my stream. Radio. Remind me later. I don't need all this nonsense. All right. So, is this all my normal, like, overlay nonsense? No, this isn't the same. This is offline. I need no something or rather landscape. Alrighty then. Make sure. Oh, is my thing? Okay, now it's working. Cool. Good for me. All right. So, stop raids for the next little bit. Full screen this application. There we go. Alrighty then. Let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Jack, thank you so much for joining in with me. I'm sorry that I fucked up our little, like, base refund thingamadiggy.
It's fine.
So, yeah, so...
Well, things not to do the next time, I guess.
Things not to do the next time. Exactly. Alrighty then. Let's go for... Let's go for... Let's go for Dazarus. It looks like they're playing some Warhammer. They do... Actually, no. They've been playing for the last 10 hours, so they're gonna be closer and closer to the end. Let's see. Who's not been going on for hours and hours on end in my follow list? Alright, it looks like we got some... Alright, we're gonna go for Dangernail. They are a Rothgar that goes through some Final Fantasy 14s, but it looks like they're going through Final Fantasy 11 this time. So we're gonna go and raid into them. And yeah, the next time I'll be streaming, chat, will be Sunday morning. I am going to be playing with Code and Velk in getting through the rest of Diablo 1. We're at the hell like floors right now, so hopefully we'll be good there. If you will join in with me for a lovely sweet himbo raid, hey, there's the message there. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes you want. I won't judge. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. All right, Jack, thank you once again. I hope I'll be heading off to bed shortly. And otherwise, if I don't see you Sunday morning, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.